Oh yeah. Did you have a schism already?
I don't have a schism. They just it's more of like competing sports teams.
Okay.
There's no like actual hate. It's just like, you know,
It's
you'll have
funny.
people like go verts, things like that.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we're live on all the streams. Let me double check to make sure we're
Yeah,
live
I
on
see us on TikTok.
both YouTubes. We're live on both
I'll
YouTube
double check as
streams.
well.
Let me accept you as a guest. Let me actually join up as a guest myself.
Excellent. I actually only see us live on one YouTube stream, but that just might be on my phone. Oh no, I see it both. Okay, good. Good, 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 good.
Oh, I should open the guest box too before I forget.
It's
Okay.
closed.
Well, it wasn't closed. I just didn't have the window open. I couldn't like if
Oh, I
somebody
see.
joined up, I
Sure.
wouldn't be able to see them. Yeah. Hey,
Sure,
welcome in,
sure, sure.
friends. It's Sunday morning, and um, as per usual, Ian will be joining us in a little bit. We'll be
Hopefully.
taking calls as they come in. Yeah, hopefully we haven't heard back
Who
actually.
knows?
We don't know for sure actually if Ian's joining us. We're assuming that's gonna happen.
Ian
Um,
is reliable and late. Reliably late, if you will.
Predictable at least.
Yeah.
I think that's okay.
Yeah,
Wh-
it's
When they do come, they typically come ready to rock though. Usually if especially if there's a
with an
Phil Bro
acai
on
bowl in
stage.
hand.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually just for the very first time, like 3.5 weeks ago, I had an acai bowl. It's pretty good.
I mean, they're popular for a reason, right?
Yeah.
When I was in New York a few weeks ago, a month ago, I guess, there was an acai shop of some kind. I wasn't brave enough to go in.
You
I felt like
not
there would be too many turtlenecks and, you
oof.
know, fake glasses.
There will absolutely be turtlenecks and fake glasses. That's a requirement, actually.
In fact, I think that Ian's glasses are fake.
You think?
I actually know this for a fact.
That's so funny. I had no idea. He's got a look he needs to achieve. Like Ian needs.
I
Okay,
mean, like, it's the right look.
fair enough. It is right. It is what it is. It's a good look for Ian though.
Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know if I can pull it off. I would just look weird with glasses, but
I think that we're too old at this point.
Yeah, that might be it. Also, it's not really my choice when I get to that point to need, need glasses. I'm gonna
Yeah,
have to
right?
be stuck with it.
Yeah, no, I've had these since seventh grade, so
Oh yeah, okay. So are you nearsighted or farsighted?
nearsighted. Like
Gotcha.
everybody else who was staring at a computer screen or reading a book for like their entire life, I'm nearsighted.
Yeah,
There's a
that makes
reason.
sense.
There's a reason why you can identify the nerds as the ones who wear glasses, right?
I was actually told, and I don't know if it's true, but I assume it's true, that as you get like past 40, that you should start using reading glasses because the your body is less able to handle the strain of reading as you age, and the reading glasses take some of the strain off your eyes, which I didn't know. It makes sense, but I was only told by one eye doctor. I never asked with another one to see if that was the case.
So what happens if your eyes strain too
I
much?
I guess you just wear out the muscles. Like there's muscles that help your eye to focus, and they just
Hmm.
get more fatigued and worn out. I don't know. It could be a gimmick by big glasses.
The moment I have to start wearing glasses, like reading glasses, I'm just gonna be essentially blind. Like, what, you're telling me I can't see far away or close?
Yeah. I mean, it just you can't control a whole lot about that kind of thing. Like, imagine though being in the ancient world and starting to lose your eyesight. What a terrible time that would have been. At least we have like technology now.
So, and I know that you probably don't even know what anime is, but there is an anime that I watched. There's an anime that I watched called Doctor Stone, and people in the know will know. Shout out to Doctor Stone watchers. Um, but the premise of the show is that there's kind of like a big reset. Everybody gets like essentially all of the people on Earth in 2018 or whatever get turned into stone, and there's only a few people who survive. Um, and like their descendants survive for like a few thousand years up until some person from the late 2010s like gets unpetrified or whatever. And so the people who survived, the descendants of the people who survived, they basically lived in a primitive society because they didn't have all the technology available. So we meet one of these characters. It's like a 7-year-old girl or something who has the fuzzy eye disease, right? And that just means that she's nearsighted. But they didn't know how to fix
Oh,
that. They didn't know what that was. She just had the fuzzy eye sickness, right? And so eventually they make her glasses. The one guy who ends up reviving makes her glasses, and she's like, "Oh my God, I'm cured." But it must have been so strange, right?
right. Yeah, you didn't know what's going on.
That
Our
said,
friend.
I think that
Mhm.
using optics to correct glasses or correct bad vision has actually been around for a long time.
I'm sure it's been around. Like the technology might not have been good, but I think it's been around for a little while, quite a while actually.
Yeah.
All right, friends. I think we've got a guest in the guest box, and we've got a couple super chats. Let me grab our 3 super chats, and we're gonna get Jerry Bell or Gary Bell from the TikTok guest queue, and we'll get the stream. Hopefully, some good conversation started. Speaking of the schism, Gretchen, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, sweet, you're live. I'm gonna send you all Mezzo's trolls. Okay, thanks. Bye. You boys have fun. Well,
Oh,
thank
we
you,
will.
Gretch. Wait, Gretch, are you live with Mezzo? Now I got questions. Okay. Well, send it when Mezzo's done. Send them all over here, and hopefully we'll get some robust discussion going. Also, if there's a moderator, if you could silence the Thung Wang Chin Ho troll in the chat, that'd be great. On YouTube, I can open up the streams and figure out where they're at if I need to. But
I can also.
here, I can see. We're just gonna remove, put user in timeout for 24 hours. Cool. Okay. Well, that's resolved.
Nice.
Hey, Deep Blue Sea, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says Jesus is transfigured. Happy Transfiguration Sunday, fellas. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Praise the lamp god. Oh, that's right. We do need to put our respective deities on the screen here once Ian arrives. I do now have Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe on the shelf behind me, though. So
There's
we're
Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe now.
Lisa the Rainbow Giraffe and the Life Granting Unicorn right next to
Both
Doug and
minor
Sharon.
deities in the pantheon
Yeah, obviously
or
minor
major
deities.
deities. Okay, yeah,
Minor,
sure.
yeah. So it is what it is. The three majors are obviously Salt Girl, Lava Lamp, and Doug and Sharon. Or technically
Yeah, I
four
mean Doug and
majors.
Sharon are they're a duality, right? They're one
Indeed.
god in two.
Exactly. Yeah.
Two
They're
persons, one god, right?
the same rock, obviously.
Yeah.
And that super chat from Carnage. Thank you so much, Carnage. Says you both look like acai eaters, I fear. Oh no.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
I don't know what that look. What does that look? Should I be in a
I'm
turtleneck right
pretty
now?
I thought that the look was like what Ian looked like.
That's
Like not the
that was my thought.
stereotype, but like Ian looks hip and like I don't know. I don't think that I or Justin do.
No,
Ian wears sweater vests.
I look like I'm
Better
going to send
both.
you to your room if you act up. That's what's going to happen. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Thank you, Carnage. All right, we're gonna get our first guest in here, and then if we get more super chats during the discussion, we'll grab them between guests. Thank you for being here, friends. We should be getting the conversations started here. Should be a lot of fun. Ian will be joining us shortly, so
Hopefully.
we think.
Let me send them a text right now. See if they're awake.
It will be metaphysically necessary for Ian to show up if we get a Phil Bro on the live stream. But either way, we can at least get our first guest from the TikTok queue, and we'll get things going. How you doing? Is it Gary Bell or Jerry Bell?
Jerry Bell.
Jerry Bell. Okay.
Jerry
Let's
Bell.
make sure I'm getting that correct. How you doing, Jerry Bell?
I'm good.
Jerry, are
I
you at least
accidentally
18?
requested.
Oh,
Oh
okay. You're
yes,
not.
I'm.
Oh,
No problem. We can drop you down. Thanks for being here and watching though.
All right, I got a reply from Ian. They will be here shortly, powering up their PC right now.
Dope. Okay.
What kind of monster turns off their PC every day?
Yeah. Like, I do understand though, if depending on what kind of PC you're running, sometimes, especially if it's Windows, you kind of do want to shut that thing off every day. Windows is a nightmare if you don't shut it down. But even at that, I was always really bad. I shut mine down like once a month, like when it stopped working.
Yeah, I shut mine down when it crashes.
Yeah, it's true. The Mac doesn't really have the same problem. It goes into deep sleep and comes out of it really well. That's been my experience so far. And Linux too. I've had lots of Linux machines, never had a problem with them. It's simply just a Windows thing. Windows, how has Windows been around this long and still doesn't like it still just turns to shit if you don't restart it often?
Yeah, I actually don't understand how that happens. I don't like it is a machine. In principle, it's not like the parts are wearing out and it needs sleep,
Right.
right? I mean, like maybe it needs to clear caches and like it, but like that's a software issue and that should have been fixed 20 years ago.
Yeah, it should be self-cleaning too. Like my background is in like machine design, and so like when we write software for the machines, like it's self-maintaining. Like it doesn't just build endless files and then get overloaded. Oh well,
It's not like the engineers at Microsoft are bad engineers, right?
they can't be.
No.
No, they got to be super smart. I'm sure there's a reason. It's kind of like, it's funny. Sometimes we would ship machines, and like the customer would get it, but well, why'd you do that? And it's funny because a lot of times we're like, listen, the engineers didn't want to do it that way. We didn't have a say. Our managers are like, fuck it, you're doing it that way because that's what our budget said to do. And we're like, okay, I guess that's what we're doing. So it might be a situation where the engineers actually writing stuff don't really have the authority to make the necessary changes. I'm gonna grab. We got 3 super chats came in. We should have the streams are starting to populate over
Yep,
on
people are starting to trickle in.
YouTube. Yeah, so we're gonna be getting some guests popping in. If you wanna join in on TikTok, you need the link on the screen. You hit the get request. If you want to join on YouTube, you just use the link on the screen. It's tiny.cc/UA guest. There's a clickable version of the link in the description of the video as well. You don't have to sign up for anything. We don't need like your email address or an account.
We're not going to hack you.
I don't know.
It's just a
I might
short
hack
link
you.
so then you can type it in.
I might save your IP address for in my database of believers if I need to.
So when the atheists take over, they can be the first up against the wall.
That's right. Hey, Unashamed Apostate, good to see you, friend. Says a former optician here. Oh, I didn't. Okay, now we got one in the crew. I didn't know that. As we age, the lenses in our eyes become less elastic. Oh, I didn't realize that, and are unable to stretch as much to see up close. Usually starts noticing in your 40s. Welcome to this perfect design. It's wild that there's a designer that actually thought that this design was good. It's crazy. I sneezed and threw my back out once. You ever do that?
No, but sometimes after a good night's sleep, I'll wake up and my back will hurt.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
It is what it is. Also,
I think that's just what happens after you turn 25, though.
I think there's not much you can do about that. We do also have an early St. Patrick's Day miracle, and that is Ian's with us, ready to rock.
Core blimey. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Hey, how's it going, gang? It's not St. Patrick's Day. Why are we lying?
Not yet. We got 16 more days.
It's not even like the closest unapologetic show to St. Patrick's Day.
Listen, every March is St. Patrick's month.
Look, Ian, Justin is 1/8 Irish, okay? It's very important to him.
Okay, sure. That's fine. Yeah. Who am I to contest Justin's cultural heritage?
That's right.
I
all
wouldn't be
right.
surprised if you were more Irish than he was, though, to be honest.
That might actually be true.
No, that's true. I think I'm maybe like half Irish.
It checks out. The complexion, the physiognomy.
This guy. No, that's true. That's true.
I think we got everything set. So we got
Excellent.
the crew all here. So we're gonna grab what's left of our super chats. Hopefully, we'll get a guest in the guest box here soon. The link to join's on the screen. If you're watching on TikTok, the link to join is actually the guest request button. Ocean, hey, or Oceanus, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Justin and Dr. Blitz. So happy to watch you today. Well, we're happy that you're watching us today. Hopefully, we'll get some good interlocutors. I'm sure that all of our guests will be super linear and good faith. I could be wrong.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Of course they will.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Can't be any other way.
Obviously. And Ellie, thank you for the 10 euro chat. Says, I don't know if y'all remember me. I'm the heart surgery person who sent some supers when in rehab. Oh, fuck, thanks for that. I hope you're doing well, by the way. Thanks again, and I wanted to let you know that surgery went as good as it could have gone. Love to hear that.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
glad
heart
to hear
surgery
that.
is scary, but it looks like you got through it. We're super happy for you. Big W, huge W, actually. All right, we got a guest in the guest box. Looks like Stacy. So let's bring Stacy in, and we'll get some conversations.
It's gonna be the guy. It's gonna be the
Banjo?
yeah.
Well,
I already knew it. I
You
already
got
knew
us.
it. Fuck.
that kind of really follows you.
Yeah, it's okay. My prophesizing of who it was going to be was about as specific as Jesus's, or like
Yep.
the people leading up to Jesus. It's going to be the guy,
It's actually better. I think you did a better job.
Ah, yes. The guy.
the guy. I couldn't articulate what I wanted to articulate.
To be fair, of all the trolls on TikTok, the banjo guy's not terrible.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like a good solid like B level troll.
Yeah,
I
I've,
actually thoroughly enjoy him.
I'd say my personal favorite troll is man, maybe Deathless Light. I love that guy.
I don't think he's a troll, though.
He's so funny though. It's
He is-
impossible.
he
He's
is exceedingly funny.
indistinguishable from satire.
Well, there are some decent trolls out there, and they're not terrible. They're only terrible when like you have a full queue and you want to actually get to real conversations, and the trolls keep popping up. That's when it starts to get annoying. But otherwise, the trolls can be a little bit fun. Not the worst thing in the world. El Travioso, hey, good to see you. Hey, beautiful cat, by the way. Says Justin, hearing that you and John Cohen, Unconvinced, might doing a collab. Can't wait. We've been talking about actually. We're not just gonna do a collab. We're also I talked to him about doing a commercial together. He does some
commercial?
funny commercials, like spoof commercials for Christian products.
I see.
I wrote a spoof commercial like a year ago and then never got around to actually producing it. So I think we're going to do that one together as well. But John's delightfully funny and smart. So he obviously, like everybody in the deconstruction community is probably going to cross over with him eventually. But I'm happy that he's starting to make waves and people are starting to take notice of his content because it's actually really good. When I first found him, I was a little upset I didn't find him sooner, but. So yeah, look forward to that. We're going to be doing some crossover, and on the 8th, y'all, this trio here on the screen on the 8th Sunday, we're going to be on AXP doing our thing. It's going to be an absolute blast, and we're going to need everybody to show up and represent so we can push some big YouTube numbers for AXP and get some good callers on the line or on the phone line. Fan Sensibility, hey, thanks for the $10 super chat, friend. Says my favorite Trinity, almost Ian. Wait, what? I hope we have. Oh, well, that's true. You sent that before Ian popped up. Okay, fair enough. My favorite Trinity, almost Ian. I hope we have a lovely crispy barbecue today. Stone lava salt. Actually, that wouldn't be bad to shorten either. You could do SLS as a mini
pretty good.
abbreviation. That's not terrible. Stone lava salt. Okay, Sans. We see ya. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm on board.
Well,
Me too. It's a good one.
we got a guest in the guest box with the name Mega for Life 99. You guys recognize this user?
I think that's a troll too.
Sounds familiar.
I think it was a troll. We'll bring him up and find out. Pretty sure it's a troll though.
Oh, I got like hella money. I got like hella.
Yep, it's a troll. Oh well. Imagine having so little of a life that you just kind of go around the live streams trolling people by like playing sound clips.
Speaking of which, I have become inspired. Which of you added? It must have been you, Justin. Added the sound effects to the unapologetic TikTok. I didn't know that you could add custom ones.
Yeah,
It's incredible.
it's great.
I have been using those so much.
I can add more.
Like, I mean, 70% of my sound effects are from SpongeBob, but still, excellent.
you can add them right into TikTok, and if you do your audio
Yeah.
correctly, OBS will pick it up. So like when I do a sound effect in TikTok, OBS picks it up.
Oh yeah, no, it's great. It's great. So I appreciate that. Very inspiring.
The other option is I've got the Stream Deck now with all the buttons,
Right.
and so you can just do sound effects like right on your buttons.
Emotional damage.
So
When I went to Micro Center, I saw some Stream Decks, but I'm like, I have to buy a new computer. Do I really want to spend like $100 on a Stream Deck as well?
Yeah. They are all
Yeah.
tax write-offs though.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I have to do that too.
Yeah. Gosh, I just did my taxes.
Sorry.
It's fucking brutal.
it's brutal.
I believe that.
I didn't finish all mine yet. I got to do that this coming week. It's
Yeah.
going to be a nightmare.
Yeah.
well.
Usually I just evade them, but
Of
No,
course.
I'm
of course.
kidding. I'm kidding. IRS, I'm kidding.
Well, let me grab. We got a couple more super chats. No guests yet. I guess they're all terrified. They heard acai bowls were going to be had, and they went packing. Eric, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says Dr. Blitz made me so linear, I got spaghettified.
Look, it happens to the best of us.
It certainly does. And Simeon, hey, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says the guy, Spy Kids 3 reference.
Nope.
Oh, I didn't know the reference at all, but I mean, we expect that by now, right?
This is the norm.
Oklahoma. Oklahoma. I hope that's in good faith. Thank you for the super chat. Says of the 3 hosts, Blitz was the only person to get the name pun.
That also checks out.
Yeah,
Which name pun? For this guy?
I didn't
I
catch
mean,
it.
yeah, I think so.
Well, isn't it if it's for this person? I feel
not
like
really
it's like
a-
obvious.
Not really a pun.
Yeah,
is it?
it is kind of obvious. That's
Which
true.
makes me think it must be somebody else. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh well. Well, Zach, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. It says my favorite troll is Emily. He keeps stealing women. Oh, yeah. He keeps stealing women's accounts and then gets upset when
Yep.
you call him by the
That is
name
funny,
associated
though.
with those accounts. Yes, that's wild too, by the way. Why are they doing that? Just use a normal account.
Who knows?
Nobody will take them. That's why.
Keeps on stealing his sister's accounts.
True. His main account would probably have been banned on every platform. Chris, hey, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, Ian, congratulations on making it to the live before guest today. We're all so proud. Oh,
It's my girlfriend's fault. I'm gonna blame my girlfriend for my personal failings. She wouldn't let me leave.
absolutely. Don't take
Oh,
the
my
fall
lobster
for,
is
for
too
yourself.
buttery. My steak is too juicy.
Yeah. Gosh, I just had to stay and cuddle with her. God,
What a shame.
Yeah.
If only.
gosh, woe is me.
Life is hard. Life is really hard. All right. We might have either a guest or a troll in the box. We'll grab them anyways. If you're watching on YouTube and you want to get in, the link to join is on the screen, tiny.cc/you a guest. If you're watching on TikTok, well, y'all know how to get in. Just hit that guest request button. We'll get some conversations rolling here this morning. Trying to get small, but they're taking their time connecting. Welcome in, small. Small? Are you up here by accident, Small?
Seems plausible.
Did you butt dial Small? Okay.
No, this must be like intentional, right? Like, I don't think that that's an accident.
Probably
You
another.
don't think so?
Probably the same troll as before. Well,
I wouldn't put it past somebody that was that was definitely an accident.
it could be. Denny said that he had Taco Bell, which I think that checks out too.
Hmm.
It's always the Taco Bell. That's how they get you.
Oh well, it is. Taco Bell is funny. I've seen it mess up quite a few people. Over my life, I've had pretty good luck. It's never destroyed me, but not everyone plays well with the bell. C-Bar, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. Says, add a smoke alarm chirp. Oh, yeah. There are some people for sure that I can only assume like they can't sleep at night unless they've got a smoke alarm going. Like they've grown so used to it because if I was like even watching a show or trying to even watch a YouTube video and that thing was going off, it'd drive me insane. I'd be taking a hammer to it. Sands, thanks for the $10 super chat, friend. Says, I love the bop blitz. Wait, I love the bop blitz does when music comes on. Music trolls are fun. SLS, we did. We got the SLS. Actually,
we do have a guest in the guest box.
Oh yeah. Oh, Bug Life is a troll for sure. I know Bug Life.
Oh, okay.
Bro, this is like kind of ridiculous.
It really
Yeah.
is. Do you think
But
that
it-
they... Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I have no idea how we specifically are never able to find any guests, or like it's just the same roster of people.
Pretty wild. But like, listen, if
I mean,
you're
there's
a
hundreds of people
believer,
in here.
like you're not going to want to call in on this panel, right?
Hmm.
I guess not. I guess you just have to be too much of a coward.
Yeah.
You'd have
Hey,
to be brave in order to call in.
we currently have nobody requesting you to join. If you want to join, talk about whether or not God exists, tiny.cc/UA guest if you're not on TikTok. And if you are on TikTok, you can just request to join. Got to be 18 or older, got to be a believer. No yappers, but we would love to talk to you. Love to have like a good faith linear dialectic with you.
You can talk about anything, too.
We got one person in the guest box. I kind of we got people asking why y'all hang up on people. We don't.
No,
when
it
they
says
come in-
ganging up on people.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oops. There goes my old man
Bro needs
eyes.
his reading glasses.
We're not ganging up on people. Like there's three of us that run the show, and pretty typically when we get a caller and the caller is on a topic that is recognizable, we have one person engaging with them. If they're doing philosophy, it's usually Ian. If they're doing science, it's usually Blitz. If they're doing Bible nonsense, well, it's usually me. So it's not like all three of us are ganging up on the guest. If that's what you believe, I don't think you've actually watched the show before. Nobody wants to see that. That's too messy. Three people trying to debate one person is
Yeah,
way too
it
messy.
really is.
Yeah. Oh well. But we do have some super chats. We'll continue reading through super chats. If you have questions for any three of us, you're welcome to super chat your questions. We read them between guests, after guests, and more than happy to answer any science, Bible, or philosophy questions. Oceanus, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says, shout out to Ian that I missed earlier, and a gigantic shout out to all my atheist friends. You mean the world to me. Happy Sunday, all of you. You're the best. Well, thank you, Oceanus. I really appreciate that. We all appreciate it.
Glad to see you.
I appreciate it. Very kind of you.
we-
Man.
We might have a real guest on the YouTube queue, so we'll bring them in and see what the situation is. Give me 1 second. Welcome in, Zone.
Zone, can you hear us?
Zone?
Hello? Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, how you doing, Zone?
Hello?
Uh-huh.
I'm good. I'm
to
from
hear it.
Zimbabwe. I just want to thank you guys. You helped me a lot through my deconstruction journey. Especially, what's your name? The Dr. Reeds, Dr. Blitz.
That's me.
Because I'm a super fan of. Yeah, Dr. Bleeds, I'm a super fan of your work, and
Appreciate that.
thank you so much, guys.
Too kind.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Hey,
Well,
well,
thank you.
thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah,
Well, that was nice.
it was nice. It was unexpected, but it was nice.
Yes. We're typically expecting people to like yell at us, but saying thank you is always all right. Kane,
Yeah. It's
think
thankless work except for all the thanks we get.
Yeah, right.
you have to balance it out. You get some thank yous and you get some fuck yous. Like this
Yeah.
give and take.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, either it's like a sweet person or it's good content. Um,
True.
you know.
Kane says
Yeah, I
the
generally don't
only
mind.
way I'm doing my taxes this year is if I am getting a refund. F this administration. Um, I don't know if that's the best tactic you want to do, Kane. I get it. I get it. That might come back to bite you.
How are you going to know if you're going to get a refund before you do your taxes? That's what I want to know.
You can do like through like a service, and the service will tell you, oh, you owe this much, and I mean, if you write off enough, then presumably they're like,
Sure.
the
Right.
the government pays you $2,000 this year. Now listen, this is like strictly hypothetical. We're speaking about Minecraft taxes, as I'm sure Kane is speaking of. But I hear recently in the Minecraft server, they laid off a lot of like the Minecraft IRS agents. So if there was ever a time to try to evade taxes in Minecraft, this might be like roughly the season.
Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh boy. Well,
In
if you
Minecraft.
In
if you want,
Minecraft, of course.
yes, if you want to be Minecraft Al Capone, let us know how it goes. We'll see. And Ad Wayne Warren, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, "Yeah, we are so scared of your three huge minds." I assume you're a believer. Well, if you're not scared of
Dwayne
the
Warren
huge
is
minds,
a regular super chatter on my stream.
Mhm.
I think he is a believer.
Okay.
Generally seems pretty good faith.
Okay. Well, maybe they're being honest, maybe they're joking, but either way, if you're a believer, hop on into the guest box. Would love to hear about your God. Maybe you can save a couple people today from the eternal conscious torment. And they call me Grim. Sure thing, we'll call you Grim. Thank you for the super chat. Says I believe that would be called the Blitzkrieg Bop. Oh shit.
Indeed, it would be.
Mm.
Indeed, you found the joke.
Okay,
Mm.
we got it.
Mm.
Fair enough. Poopman Jones, good to see you this morning. Says Justin's offhand comment about Taco Bell, not everyone plays well with the bell, was absolutely poetry. Well, thank you, Poopman. Yes, sometimes my people catch my words and sometimes they don't.
Sometimes Justin's funny.
It's okay if they don't. Most of my jokes are actually really bad and they're like on the border of like groaning dad puns. Like when I say it, people just like audibly boo me in real life. But I appreciate you appreciating me there, Poopman Jones. All right, we got another guest on the YouTube queue. Let's bring him in, see if we could get some conversation started. Welcome in, Chill.
Hi.
Yeah, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
I want to thank y'all for the excellent work y'all do. I'm from Barbados, and y'all already helped me. Thanks a lot.
Hey,
Well, much appreciated.
happy to help, friend. Big W. Okay, dope, fantastic. I do. I don't know about y'all. I do get emails from quite a few ex-Christians thanking me, and it to me it helps me want to continue doing the work more and more because it feels like the needle's actually moving. You know.
Mm.
Yeah, I get that. I get emails occasionally from people who want to figure out, they want advice for university or things like that. It's like I see what you mean.
Wait, Dr. Butch, have you ever had like an ex-flurfer email you and said I deconverted from
no.
flurfism?
Oh, okay. I thought you were asking about university. There are a few people who have been on the fence, but it's not common at all.
Yeah. I feel like the Flurf community is one of those communities. It's like virtually impervious to facts and information.
Yep.
Well, that's kind of the nature of the worldview, right? Is that it's like utterly unfalsifiable. That's kind of like the whole nature of the conspiracy theory is that it allows you to explain any piece of evidence without the possibility of it being falsified, right? Like you can explain away anything, like the evidence, like the
It's
weird
fake.
stuff. Well, that's all evidence for your conspiracy theory, but all of like the evidence against it, well, that's just manufactured. So,
Yeah,
like
of
that in
course.
that way, like those sorts of beliefs are just impervious to fact checks, I guess.
Yeah.
They're very rigid and like unmoving sorts of beliefs.
Indeed. Well, we got a guest on the TikTok queue. Let's bring him in. See if we got a good faith linear debate. Interlocular. I can't say the word. Anyways, Jimmy, welcome in.
Interlocutor.
There you go.
How's it going? Hey, so real quick,
Howdy.
Ian,
Hmm?
just real quick, Ian, I wanted to
Yeah.
thank you personally. You were the first step in my deconstruction journey, and you have my sincere thanks. On top
Whoa,
of
that's
that,
so cool.
I heard you. Yeah, you were literally the first person that I talked to that made me start to. Well, because I already had doubts, but you were the first person to really make me, take the leap and really start searching in ways that I hadn't had the courage to do before. But on top of that, and I have a contention. I got a beef with you now, Ian. I got a real
Yeah.
beef with you.
Let's hear
All
it. Let's
right.
hear it.
All right. So I heard you the other day agree with a guest that you were unattractive. And I want to tell you right now, don't kid yourself, hottie. Okay? Don't kid
Yeah.
yourself.
You're sweet. You're
Right?
sweet. You
Hey, Dr.
gotta.
Blitz, shout out to you. Appreciate you. What were you going to say, Ian?
No, no. I was just gonna say, you gotta meet them on their own terms, and make them explain why God would create such an ugly world. If God's all beautiful, we need some sort of
Right.
account for all the uggos out there.
Uh-huh. No, I get it. Hey, but you are not among their number, my friend. I promise you that.
Okay.
Hey,
I appreciate you.
Dr.
Thank
Blitz.
you.
Yeah, of course, of course. Dr. Blitz, shout out to you. Thank you very much. I do not know very much about astrophysics at all or whatever kind of physics you're into, but I always am willing to learn. Justin, I do not know very much about your channel, but
You're not
I look
missing
forward
out.
to tuning in more. Oh,
Yeah,
well,
he's
quite
No,
boring.
humble of you.
They
no,
just read
shut the
old
hell up,
books.
Justin.
They just read old
No.
books. It's boring.
Well, anyway, thank you, Ian. I appreciate it. Dr. Blitz, I'll be
Absolutely.
tuning in to your physics. I don't know if you call them lectures or conversations, whatever. And Justin, I'll be tuning into whatever it is you got going on as well. But
Thanks a
thank you
ton.
all. Appreciate you. You guys are doing
Absolutely.
important work. You're doing
Thanks,
very
Jimmy.
important work, and yeah, absolutely. I'll let you go. I know you got other people to talk to, but
We don't.
you
Yeah.
guys take care.
Well,
Okay.
we do.
Cheers. You do the
Take care.
same.
Now, look, I do have a contention with that guy. It's
Mm.
not his fault. But it's like the public only thinks that physics is astrophysics.
Well, that's true. Have you ever seen an electron?
You got me there.
Oh,
On the
no.
other hand, I have seen stars.
Exactly. Checkmate.
Checkmate,
Indeed.
physicist. But and maybe this is Neil deGrasse Tyson's fault,
Gotta
It
be.
is.
but there are other kinds, right?
Ooh,
Astrophysics is actually a separate degree. It's a whole separate thing.
disagree.
I mean,
All right, let's bring on our next guest.
all right, we're gonna grab 2 super chats and we're gonna get
Don't
looks
do it. We have guests.
Sithrak. Okay, we'll get Sithrak right now, and hopefully we'll have a good faith linear discussion happening. How you doing, Sithrak?
Pretty good. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can.
Sithrak, are
Sithrak.
you at least 18?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Do you believe in a god?
I do.
Okay, and
His
which
name-
one would that be?
That would be Sithrak. He lives just outside the galaxy, and he lives on pointless suffering.
Hmm. Did he tell you to come in and have a conversation with us?
No, he's actually completely and utterly unaware that he is a god.
He's just like a guy.
Kinda. He slowly pushes us towards more pointless suffering because it brings him pleasure. Much like how some ants harvest fungus. They don't know that
Yeah.
they're like farmers.
I think it's a metaphor for capitalism, guys.
Oh,
He
it's
did
the
invent
invisible hand.
It lives off of pointless suffering, but it doesn't know that it's not aware that that's the source of its sustenance.
It's all
Correct. It
coming
has
together.
no goal. It just knows that its actions bring about more pointless suffering, and he grows more
Right,
powerful.
as you do.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Justin,
cool.
Justin, do you want to move on to like a serious guest? This guy's
Yeah,
like
I'd-
clearly trolling.
Yeah, I'd rather. Thanks for calling in, though. It was something. Cheers.
It
Good to
was
see you.
something.
Okay. Well, what are you gonna do? Let's grab is it Melanidia? Melanida? We'll find out. Welcome in.
Melodia. By the way, the name is Melodia.
Hello.
There is no
Justin-
N in there.
Justin's Justin's not famous for being a good reader.
You guys, you wouldn't believe how small everything
you
on my
guys hear me?
screen is.
Yeah,
I have
we
to
can hear
fit
you.
a lot of shit in one screen, and they're all like really far from my face. Also, I'm old, but
You gotta get like the Doc Ock like monitor
yeah.
set up.
hold on, where's my-
You gotta make your
Melodia,
streaming setup look
how's
like the
it going?
fucking Bat Cave.
Melodia, how are you doing?
Sorry, using my
How you doing,
magnifying
guys?
glass to see the screen. think we get it
I just want
now.
to make sure you guys can't hear me, right?
We
Yeah,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear
We
you.
absolutely
We
can
can
hear
hear
you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm 21. This is my first time ever being on this particular like show. I usually watch Ian. I've seen Dr. Blitz here on YouTube. I've never seen Deconstruction Zone yet. I'm pretty new to being more open-minded about religion and stuff like that. I grew up in a Christian household, so most of my belief was based around, God, Jesus of the Bible. And it took just a few years where I started to question things. Now I do have some doubts because some things just don't make sense. As I was young, I was taught things and told things, and I was like a sheep. I was just doing whatever they said. But as I got older, I started to question reality more in life. What's the meaning of life? And it got to a point where some of the things in the Bible doesn't make sense when the Bible claims that this God is these things. But I want to hear you guys' perspective on one thing, which it troubles me. It's the I guess it's the argument for how do you say it? Something can't just come from nothing. I want more insight on that. Like I don't believe. I've heard Ian talk about it. I don't know much about it, but I've heard Ian say something like the universe has just always existed. But that's what Christians believe God is. God always existed. So I want to know. I want to get to the truth. Like what's actually like. How do we know? Like it doesn't. I can't fathom that something always existed. I'm not sure if it's just me, but it's hard to fathom that something just always existed. There's no beginning to it. I mean, it makes sense that something has to for all this to be, but it's just like it's so unfathomable. Like, what shall take our side of that?
So look, and this isn't going to help your intuition at all, but there's basically two options. Either, three options, let's say. Either you have nothing, literally nothing, and then all of a sudden something. That's option one, not very satisfying. Option two, you have something that has existed into the past for eternity, meaning that there is always time and that time goes backwards forever. Or number three, you have something that was timeless, meaning that it didn't exist forever because there was no time at all. It was just timeless, and that timeless thing somehow gave rise to something that has time, and then that's where time starts. Those are basically your three options, and as far as I can tell, they're exhaustive. None of them are particularly satisfying, I understand that, but, nobody, who said this? Was this, I hate giving Neil deGrasse Tyson credit, but I think Neil deGrasse Tyson was the one who said that the universe is under no obligation to make sense to you.
Mm. Uh, I, so I get that. So correct me if I'm wrong. So is it something like no one truly knows? No one truly knows, right? No one truly knows the beginning. It's just you're just making you're taking what's more evident, or you're taking evidence over like like just like a superficial belief, right?
Well, I mean,
That's
the point is
what
that
it is.
the three options I gave you, they're unrelated to whether or not a god exists. Those are just the three options as to like how the universe exists. And the point is you can kind of check that accounts for all of the possible options. So this isn't really a guess, insofar as it's just an exhaustive list of the ways that the universe could have. An exhaustive list of the ways the universe could have had its origins or lack thereof. And then it's a question of determining which of those three things it is. Now, none of those three things are going to be intuitively satisfying, right? Like whether or not, like, on the one hand, something coming from nothing is very deeply disturbing, because we usually think of nothing as not being able to do anything. On the other hand, we usually think of a timeless thing as not being able to do anything, because timeless things don't do stuff. They are just stationary. They just exist. And on the other hand, we usually think of things that exist having a beginning. So it's very, very weird to think that the universe just has always existed to the past for eternity. So all of these are deeply dissatisfying. But it doesn't necessarily mean that they're like guesses. It's just one of those, and we don't know which one.
Right. That makes sense. I appreciate that for clarifying. I have one other thing, one core thing that I haven't heard anyone talk about that I really want to get to the core of. Christian believers, we believe in supernatural healing. Now, I haven't personally experienced any of that. My father, he shared one experience. Now, I do try to, again, I'm trying to be more open-minded. I'm doing more research. I'm all like, yo, I know the human body heals itself naturally. Is there like any scenario where the human body just acts like abnormal and instantly heals itself? So basically, he smoked a lot in his early age, and he had black lungs. Long story short, the doctor told him his lungs were horrible, and then I guess maybe the next day or some other time, some other period, very short, his lungs were like healed to normal, just like that. And as far as I know, he's not lying to me. But if he's lying to me, then that does kind of suck. But it's not just him. I hear other accounts from just people all over the world. I mean, you see it like on YouTube, people like, oh, if this supernatural thing happened to me, like, I want to know, is it possible for the human body to be like that sometimes? Is it possible for the human body to supernaturally heal itself, or is it actually a supernatural being? Because it's like it doesn't make sense.
Well, the lungs actually are really good at, we're going to call it self-healing. Now, it's not like they're going to return to pristine conditions, like, when you're in your youth. They can certainly be restored to good operating conditions. In fact, we've done lots of studies on people who smoke cigarettes, where they've done imaging or testing on the lungs at like the 6-month mark, the 12-month mark, the 2-year mark. And it's pretty well demonstrated that once you stop destroying your lungs on a daily basis, they do a pretty good job of healing themselves. So that's not surprising to me. And we know other things too. Like there's a lot of different types of cancer that are known for going into spontaneous remission at a pretty high rate. So there's a lot of these types of medical, or maybe call them anomalies, or things that might seem out of the ordinary that are actually kind of ordinary. It's just that if you're not familiar with the medical literature, it certainly could seem like a miracle, especially if you're praying. Like if you're praying for your lungs to get better, and then they get better, man, it really feels like a miracle happened. But the question I would ask is, how come people praying for like new limbs don't get new limbs? How come babies born with like bone cancer don't get healed? If prayer really worked, it's weird that it only seems to line up with health issues that have a pretty good rate of healing themselves. So like I'm not really sure that I would think that this is any type of a miracle situation. And also, if God's down here answering prayer, why isn't He answering all the prayer of the 3 million children this year that are going to die of starvation? Like, what a weird thing that He would like randomly pick one guy's lungs to heal, but then He's going to let all these babies die.
Yeah, that's again, I'm sorry that I'm not like 100% like blinded by the faith, because again, I have stepped away. You guys have helped me with some better insight, because again, these things, it doesn't make sense logically. I mean, even if you want to think about it religiously,
Sure.
it doesn't make sense. You have to be critical about it. You have to think like, there's people starving. I mean, I live in America. I'm not sure where you guys live. I'm here in America.
Yep.
We only see so much. In other countries of the world, there's so much bad stuff happening. Like you said, kids starving, people are getting bombed. There's people are getting killed, beheaded, all types of stuff. We don't see too much here in America, as we probably should, or probably not should, but as there's stuff going on. There's real stuff going on, basically, and it's just like, why would He just take care of one person, like you said, when there's a whole world out there, people that actually want to know the truth. If you're real, if you want to know the truth, and they're actually praying, they're actually taking the steps, the strides to know, and it's like He ignores, and it's like, I would just hate to get punished for the unbelief. That's where my tug of war is happening at.
And look, so generally, and so I can't talk from experience, but I can talk from the people that I've spoken with. So maybe the other two can talk from experience. But my understanding is that generally the last gasp of Christian belief is, yeah, but what if He's real and I end up going to hell if I stop believing? Like, that's usually the last phase, and it just takes some time to get over it. So nobody's pressuring you. Nobody's making you stop your belief. You can, if your belief is, you know, I believe because I'm afraid of hell and I don't believe in any of the other stuff, nobody's pushing you to stop believing. Like, that's fine. It will go away. That fear of hell will go away, and then you'll just find yourself, oh, I don't have a reason to believe anymore. And, you know, but it'll take some time.
Right. Well, I don't want to take too much of you guys' time. I really appreciate the three of you. It's nice to meet you, Dr. Blitz, Ian. Nice to meet you in Deconstruction Zone. It's nice to meet you.
Good to hear from you.
Again, I appreciate the insight, and I'll keep watching, see what you guys got to say for the next caller.
Sure thing.
Yeah,
Good to
that's
hear from
great.
you. Best of luck to you.
Thank you, bro.
Well, sounds like he's on the journey. Okay, we're gonna grab. We got a couple guests waiting to get in. I think first in order is going to be Rock Mixer, and then after that, Eddie's Word, and then Dave Smith, and then Trinity Killer, which should be a lot of fun. Anyways, Karen, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, Unapologetic struggles to find guests because apologists fear you. They whisper your name as a curse in their group chats, knowing you're their hard counter, their final boss. The trolls are just coping with that. Actually, that might be true. The trolls are typically coping rather than actually bringing like a valid argument. They just kind of troll, which is, you know, it could be worse. They could be doing worse things, but we might be inclined to agree with you there, friend. And Stan Sensibility, thank you for the additional $20 super chat, friend. Says early layers of the Old Testament suggest that ancient Israelites were, this is a tough word for me, let's see, how do we,
Monolatrous?
Monolatrous?
Maybe.
Anyways, rather than strict monotheists, I think typically people would say like henotheism would be a better. Anyways, let me read it. Would you consider them polytheistic? Is there evidence to support that they may have been polytheistic? So in the earliest days, the Canaanites were, but the genre of polytheism is typically henotheism, where they believe in all these gods, but they believe that there's like a hierarchy. Now, prior to like traditional Yahwism, I would say polytheism is a fine description. Once you get to Yahwism, like the Yahwism of the Hebrew Bible, then it feels a lot more like traditional henotheism. where there's like a concerted effort to only worship the god at the top of the pantheon, even though you know that the other gods exist. So that's certainly the way I would look at it. But Mark S. Smith has written a good book on this, the transition of the ancient Israelite culture from polytheism to monotheism. I would definitely check into that. It's a pretty well-known thing within the study of the ancient Levant. If you read like Ted Lewis's book on the history and character of God, or Zaini Zevit's The Religions of Ancient Israel, you'll find that the archaeological and the other evidence seem to point that there was a move from many gods to one god. So definitely agree with you on that point for sure. And Texas Panhandler, thank you for the super chat. Says happy Sunday to all of our friends at Decon Junction watching right now. Love to everyone. Hell yeah, Texas Panhandler. Big shout out to everyone in the Deconstruction Junction. There should be a bunch of people right now in the Junction watching the stream in real time, chatting it up. So it's a cool place. I definitely encourage joining the Discord. And Ian's got their own Discord, and so does Blitz, right?
Yep. Yeah, my live chat is also very active for Unapologetic.
Honestly, mine's been getting more and more active too, so it's kind of a little bit awkward.
Well, it is what it is. We're going to keep rolling, y'all. Let's get Rock Mixer into the discussion.
Yeah.
Welcome in, Rock Mixer.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Not too much. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm at least that, yeah.
Awesome. And
hey,
you believe in God?
You know, that's a loaded question, guys.
Is it though?
So let me tell you a little.
Seems like a dichotomous question.
Here. Well, let me tell you a little bit of my philosophy.
Okay.
I think that some people, for them to believe in a God, helps them.
Wait, but do you believe in a God?
I want to believe there's something more to all of this. I don't know what that is. Is that a fair answer?
Yeah.
Well, and I might agree, right? Like, I don't think anybody can disagree that you want that. The question is, like, is that like a well-informed want, you know? I might even agree that for some people, like if you're being like human trafficked or something, you know, maybe a belief in God is all that you have. So for those people, you know, I think that could be like a really important coping mechanism for them. But for the rest of us, you know, I think that we should be trying to believe as many true things as we can. I don't think that we should let what we want to be true inform what we end up believing.
Well, what about like a 25-year-old kid? Okay, because to me that's a kid who is terminally ill, dying of cancer. What should they do?
I don't know. I mean, if they aren't capable of coming to terms with their situation, then I guess if they want to cope for their final days, that's fine. Although I think I'd probably think that it's like a more dignified death to not resort to things like cope in your final hours.
But is it coping or is it giving you some type of hope that maybe there's more to this, that maybe there is something going on? Like,
but on what basis?
Ask you guys, do you think there's any way that when we die that there is some type of a consciousness that we're like another dimension that we're not, you know, aware of right now because we can't see any of that?
Maybe.
I suspect not.
You know, maybe well, that's true too, right? Like we have good evidence that consciousness just is the brain, but like, you know, maybe there's like some afterworld dimension in the same way that like maybe when I look at my hands, they're going to be spaghetti, you know. We can imagine a lot of things.
Look,
I understand.
If somebody believes in a hereafter, right? Whether they're a 25-year-old kid or like a 9-year-old grandma or whatever, if they believe in that stuff, I don't think that anybody is going to get mad at you for like, you know, giving them reassuring words on their deathbed and telling them, you know, it's going to be okay, blah, blah. Like, I don't think anybody's going to get mad at you for that, for like, you know, for not having a debate with them like while they're in hospice. But like that person, if they don't believe that, why would you want to, like, it goes the other way. Like, if the person doesn't believe in an afterlife, what, you're going to try to debate them into believing in an afterlife so that they're happier when they die? Like, it's so weird.
No, definitely not. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. What I was saying is if somebody was unfortunately in that situation and they did believe in that, or they wanted to believe that there's something more, maybe that can give them some comfort and some hope.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. It doesn't make it true.
But so as now, you guys, Dr. Blitz, you and I, we've spoken several times in the past. I don't know if you remember me or not, but we have. I used to come in on your show like a year ago and tell you why the Earth is flat, even though I don't believe that. But I guess what I'm asking you guys are all super smart, and you're all white and nerdy and all that. And I just want to know what you think. How do we exist? How did all this start? What happened?
Those are like very different questions. Is there one of those that you want to focus on?
Yeah, let's talk about the scientific philosophy of how we exist.
Okay, that's like an underspecified question. Are you asking for like a causal explanation, like a grounding explanation? It's not clear to me what sort of explanation you're asking for.
Is there any kind of proof
of what?
Of how we came to be as humans?
It's not a well-formed question. You ask for proof of a claim. How we came to be is not a claim.
Okay, well, I'm not as smart as you guys, so
are you asking for like proof of like abiogenesis? Are you asking for proof of like the Big Bang? Like, what are you asking for?
You're asking for proof that like Dr. Blitz's parents had sex?
True.
So hold on a minute. Hold on, guys, hold on. And by the way, I really always enjoy your show. I just want to say this because this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but I always enjoy your shows. I see you guys online all the time, and I appreciate everything you guys do. So I just want you to know that.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Just know that if you ever come onto my live stream again and pretend to and argue for something that you don't believe in and you're just pretending, I will ban you.
What do you think he's doing right now?
Dude, I was kidding. I was kidding. I didn't argue. I just said that. I was kidding. I did not argue the world is flat. Okay? I was kidding.
Just
it's a joke.
I don't take kindly to
God, you're so sensitive. Don't be so sensitive, bro. In fact, I was once on one of your lives and somebody was heckling you, and I was in there sticking up for you. So come on, man. Anyway,
I appreciate
whatever.
It. I just don't appreciate when people argue in bad faith. Anyway, continue.
I was trying to be funny, but I guess it went over your head. Okay.
Yeah, I think it went over all of our heads because that sounded serious when I heard it.
All right. Well, the whole white and nerdy thing too. I mean, I don't know if you know the song by Weird Al Yankovic, but it's just
yes, I caught the reference.
That it's a joke.
It was just a little out of place.
Okay.
It's actually my theme song, though.
All right. Well,
Justin,
so guys,
did you know that I can do that entire song word for word?
You know what? Not only am I not shocked, I'm impressed.
Appreciate that.
Listen, again, I really like you guys, and I appreciate, the science and the philosophy, and I guess what I'm asking you guys is there scientific proof of how Earth and people became to be real?
By proof, do you mean like evidence, or do you mean like 100% like a deductive, like mathematical formalist proof?
I don't know. That's over my head.
Are you asking for like what gives reason to think that the Earth formed in specific ways, or that evolution happened? Or are you asking like for some like syllogistic deductive argument that necessitates that evolution took place in the same way
Yeah,
that
I
we could
am
give
asking for
like
some.
a
Yes.
formalistic, syllogistic argument that like pi is like irrational.
Yeah, I. That's what I'm asking.
Then no, there is no syllogism that proves that evolution is true.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, guys, and if you want to each answer this individually, it's up to you. Are you guys absolutely sure, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that there is no God?
I am.
Depends what we mean by God, but for most of the models of God, yeah, there's
I'm
like
not
direct
absolutely sure of anything.
contradictions.
Okay.
I'm not absolutely sure of anything, but I'm pretty damn confident.
Okay. Okay, so it's really more of what you believe.
You didn't even ask for the proof. How would you know something like that? Are you absolutely certain that it's really just what I believe?
Okay, so give me the proof.
Yeah, sure. So I take God to be a personal being that caused everything other than himself, but time can't be caused. That's because if something is timeless, then it's unchanging. So prior to God creating time, or in God's timeless eternity, you know, without creation, without time, that would be a timeless state, and then it would change into a timed state. But a timeless state can't change, which means there's a contradiction in the creation of time.
Okay. Okay. That's a fair answer. I mean, I kind of understood it. What do you guys, speaking of time, and I know this is a little bit off topic, but what's your feeling, seriously, a serious question. What's your feeling on time travel? Do you think it exists?
Seems unrelated, but no.
No.
I have no opinion.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I think we've gotten off the God topic at this point. We're time
I'm,
travel is
I'm
a fun
sorry.
topic, but that's
I
not
just wanted
really
to ask you guys that.
what we're doing here.
All right, listen. I
But
appreciate you guys. Thank
Yeah.
you for talking with me, and I'll see you guys again. Okay.
Sure. Have a
Okay,
good one, friend.
sounds good.
All right. All the best.
All right, that was something. I didn't. Time travel wasn't on my bingo card this morning. I didn't know that was even an option. So there's that. Friends, we got
True.
some people waiting to get in, so I'm not going to read a ton of super chats. We're going to get them in here pretty quick. Tom Roman, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, unapologetically making the world a better place. Blue balls for Blitz, indecent for Ian, and gay for Justin. That's some fantastic hashtag work there. Indecent
As
for
it should
Blitz,
be.
or blue ball for Blitz is a new one. Have we heard that? Is that brand new?
Once or twice. I think we've heard it.
Okay. Indecent for Ian's pretty good too, actually.
That is
Big
good.
W.
Indecently Ian, yeah.
Allegedly. Bat says, "Of course God isn't real." Hey, we're with you. The way you might want to consider rewording your title on YouTube, my friend. That if someone reads that wrong, that's going to sound really,
That's on
really bad.
purpose.
I hope that's not on
100%
purpose. You gotta, buddy, you gotta change your name. Miko, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I secretly swapped our bed for a trampoline. I love it, but the wife hit the roof. Oh boy.
Wives, am I right?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Dr. Blitz can't laugh. We all know why that is.
Because I love my wife. I'm a wife guy, okay?
Look at this guy. This guy loves his wife. Everyone get him.
Last super chat for now from our friend Side. Good to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, you all can pat yourselves on the back from this stream. You're converted the most Christians. Great job. Love y'all. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. We're trying to do as much as we can. And I think it's really fun that we get to do this once a week. We get this awesome threesome together and get to talk about a various array of topics, especially since my knowledge set is limited. It's so narrow. It's great to have two others on screen with me that
likewise.
Really,
likewise as well.
Fill it out. All right, so we've got someone waiting to get in that I could be wrong. I think might really want to talk to Ian.
Who is this?
Nietzsche the One.
Okay, let's see.
Or Nietzsche's the one? We'll find out. How you doing,
Hello.
Nietzsche's?
Hello, I'm doing well.
I believe
Yeah.
it's pronounced
So yeah,
Nietzsche.
I've been doubting my faith recently, and I was talking to some Christian apologists, particularly Q-Top, and
Oh,
he
you
said
shouldn't do
that
that.
atheist. Why?
Because he's like one of the most bad faith interlocutors you can have. He's a flat earther too.
Oh, he is. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
well, yeah. Obviously, that's wrong. But he said that atheists have nothing to ground morality on, and that they just rely on their own feelings. And what do you guys think about that?
Well, first of all, if you're a Nietzsche fan, I'm not sure why that would bother you. But second of all, make him give the argument for that. Make him give the argument that there's nowhere else that it could possibly be grounded, that every single argument for moral realism fails. There is no Christian syllogism that demonstrates that morality is necessarily given by God, that rules out the possibility of any other stance on morals. Make him give you like a syllogism for it that demonstrates that morality could only come from God, because all he'll be able to do is shift the burden.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not terribly bothered by it. This is something I was wondering about. Like, I know Nietzsche didn't believe in objective morality. He believed all morality was subjective, but um, yeah. Well, he didn't really give me like a syllogism. He gave me that because God is beyond morality, beyond time, and beyond space. He is therefore the ultimate objective for all of reality.
That's not how objective
And
works,
that's what we
though.
use to base our objective morals off of, specifically the Christian God, because the Holy Trinity is the only God that makes any sort of categorical sense.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, first, the Trinity is, I don't know. I don't know if I'd make a claim as strong as it's incoherent, but I've never heard it coherently explained. I've never heard a coherent explanation for why, if Jesus is identical to God and the Father is identical to God, that it's not the case that Jesus is identical to the Father. It seems like they would just be identical. So I don't think that that makes any sense at all. But second, I mean, if you want what to me is the most promising prospect for objective morals, you should look into the constructivist project, which holds that all morals come just from the goals that people themselves have. So if you can find universal actions that must be done for every single goal, well, then you would have arrived at the objective morals that, for example, I'm an agent. What that means is that I take actions in order to achieve goals. And in order to take any action to achieve any goal, I would need my freedom and well-being, which means that I need other people to not interfere with it, which means that I'm saying that I have a right to it, just on the basis that I'm an agent, which then means that all agents, in order to remain logically consistent, must have these on-face rights to freedom and well-being. Therefore, everybody has a right to freedom and well-being, and we arrived at that just through laws of logic.
Oh, okay. So you're just basically saying that we all have objective morality because we are all moral agents?
Yeah,
And there
that there's
needs to be
specific
some.
necessary commitments of being a moral agent. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So yeah, thank you for the clarification on that. I also had one more question. So I was debating another apologist. What was it? I think his name was Deathless. And
Also famously bad faith, but
Goated. No, don't listen to him.
yeah, he said that God was. I'm trying to remember if I'm phrasing this right. He was the ultimate. He was the maximally great metasystem. That is that explains all of reality, or that
Well,
no,
that
it explains
means
the conception of all of reality, and
well,
therefore
that
we need
means
him
he
to
wouldn't
be
be a
able to
part
ground
of.
our own existence, and without
Well,
him, we have nothing.
That's a contradiction. Saying that God explains all of reality means that God himself wouldn't be a part of reality because explanation is an asymmetric relation.
No,
That means
yeah,
that
so I pressed him on
there's,
that,
yeah.
and he said that God was beyond reality
Oh, that just
because he
means
is
he's not
beyond a
real.
conception.
Bro, like unicorns are beyond reality too, then.
Don't you know that they are?
Oh, I guess it's a good point. Yeah, so I think he was pushing like a panentheistic philosophy, but I guess
Nope.
he could.
Panentheism is where you think God exists with the universe eternally. I have no idea what
Oh,
Deathless
maybe.
believes in. I don't know what Deathless. I don't think Deathless is able to explain what he believes in. I heard people say that he's like a Gnostic.
A Gnostic? When, isn't that
Yeah,
like
I wouldn't
against
be surprised.
Christianity? Because
uh,
Yeah,
Christians
but he
believe in
wouldn't
the
say
Holy
so.
Trinity.
I don't think Deathless would consider himself a Christian.
Then why does he argue for Jesus?
Does he? Well, that's first of all, that's
Yeah.
in line with Gnosticism.
Yeah, I'm asking, like, how does Gnosticism fit within the Trinity, though?
My understanding of Gnosticism is that they think like the Old Testament God is evil. So okay, there's like this good
Yeah, but
God
isn't
named
Jesus Yahweh?
Sophia. No, they they want to presumably say, actually I don't know, Justin. Do they want to say that Jesus is Yahweh, or is that blasphemy?
Typically, yeah, typically Jesus in Gnosticism is a different god than Yahweh. They typically believe in a demiurge as well. The inference to Sophia is because there are parts of Gnosticism that use the personified traits of God as like individual members. So Sophia is the Greek word for wisdom. So they
Yeah.
personify wisdom as an entity. We see this in Psalm 2. It also shows up in the works of Philo. And they do the same thing with logos. Like logos traditionally is a word that means like the wisdom that pervades all reality. And so Jesus being the logos is like a personification of one of God's characteristics. So that's why you get like these weird things that feel like demigods, but they're really just like personifications of God's attributes.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Yeah, Gnosticism was always pretty weird to me.
It is weird.
It's weird to everybody.
Well, I think
Yeah.
a good question. I haven't gotten like a super clear answer to this, but I have no idea how you can have literally any knowledge of the external world under Gnosticism. It kind of sounds like you just directly believe in like a deceiving God, at which point it seems like you could never have justification for thinking that you're not being deceived.
Yeah, I mean, you can't even trust in your own God because you believe that Old Testament God is evil and Jesus came to save us. I mean, that's basically what they're saying, right?
Something like that. Yeah. Regardless,
Yeah,
it's
that's
like pretty
always been puzzling,
incoherent.
especially if Jesus is Yahweh.
But
It
anyway,
would
Justin,
change.
do we have more people waiting?
We do. We've got quite a few
Yeah.
interlocutors waiting to get in that are, I think, real opposition. So it might be wise to get to them.
Yeah, yeah. It
Okay.
was nice talking to you guys.
Yeah, it was
That's
good
good
to talk
talking
to
to
you. Thanks for coming on up.
Cheers. Well, that was interesting. Also, self-correction, it's not Psalm 2, it's Proverbs 2. There's a couple Proverbs that personify wisdom as like an entity. But we're going to grab
How could you
guest.
betray us like this?
You know what? Sometimes there's a glitch in my mental matrix, and it is what it is. It's old age,
Mental
early onset
matrix?
Alzheimer's, I think is what's happening.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Gaius Husky, thank you for the $10 super chat. Friend says, truth signaling. Christians say they care about truth and have none, not interested in learning, live in echo chambers, and dismiss science in favor of frauds and charlatans, often call themselves truth seekers. This is the thing. I first of all, I agree with you, but I think what's happened is it's one of those situations where like if you yell that something is true long enough and loud enough, people will actually believe it. And I think that's the trick that Christians have used for a long time. If you just say it loud enough and long enough, some people are going to be
Say
like,
it enough.
oh, maybe. That's
Yep.
what I'm going. Yeah.
Well, I think that this is like this is probably like most useful heuristic. This is an extremely useful heuristic. If somebody's main aesthetic is, they're just all about the truth, man. They just care a lot about truth, and that's what they lead with. Wow, you should run. If they say, if people who, for example, like I was walking on my university once, and somebody came up to me and asked if I wanted to join the Truth Club. And when I heard a bit more about what they were about, it was like gibberish. When somebody labels themselves loudly as being like the truth teller, you should run.
Run as fast
Yeah.
as you can.
And Herbie, friend, thank you for the 10-pound super chat, says in 1941, Irvin Berlin wrote a protest song about Schindler. I heard a version of that when I heard a version of When That Man Is Dead and Gone by Lizzie and the Triggermen on YouTube. Hopefully people will enjoy and imagine a day like that soon. Well, I haven't heard the songs, but now I kind of wish I had. Appreciate the recommendation, Herbie. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being here this morning. And Carissa, thank you as well for being here. Thank you so much for sending out 20 Unapologetic gifted memberships. Huge W.
It's enormous.
Really appreciate that. Helps the channel a lot. Thank you so much, Carissa. It really does mean a lot to us. And we've got a couple guests waiting to get in, quite a few actually. So we're going to get right to them. We're going to bring in Law and then Eddie's Word and then Dave Smith, I believe. And then we're going to get to Trinity Killer and then
That seems good.
All the rest. Welcome in, Law. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, for both.
Okay.
Great. Which God is that?
I'm leaning towards the Christianity thing.
Okay.
I would say that not a lot of Christians, well, a lot of Christians might not agree with me, but I don't think that's necessary in a sense for everybody to agree to have a good conversation.
That's fine and normal. So you would say that you lean towards Christianity. What would be the most, say, compelling argument or piece of evidence that you could offer us that might convince us that the thing that you're leaning towards is correct?
Right. So I'm a practical person, I would say, in a sense these days. When I was younger, I used to be very philosophical in a sense of I wanted to know everything. And then at some point I started realizing that this is not the path for me. So when I was younger, I would bravely call myself a philosopher or, well, a lover of wisdom in a sense, or knowledge, not a philosopher in the very serious sense. But then I realized that I am no longer that because of the practicalities or impracticalities when it comes to human life, just being human in a sense, if that makes sense at all.
So you would say that you don't really have reasons then? It's merely practical?
Well, first of all,
my reasons. If my reasons are practical, I think that is a relatively solid reason. It's in a if I could summarize.
Okay,
it,
so when I say reason, I mean some sort of some sort of piece of evidence or some sort of deductive argument or something like this.
Let's
sure,
say that
practical reasons can be reasons.
Yeah, sure. So I'll try to be more specific. In a way where, let's say, if you would have a perfect Christian society, like let's say perfect in Jesus's example, forget everybody who followed him and everything like that. In a practical sense, if I would say that might be a pretty good society to live in, then we would have something to talk about. Because I'm not that interested in things where you can't prove something, or you can't, or people rely too much on faith in anything, either faith in their own understanding of the world or faith in something that they don't understand. So that's the sort of the practical anchor I have.
I mean, let's suppose that this is true, that if everybody was Christian, that the world would be a better place by some measure.
Yeah.
Does that make Christianity true?
Well, for me, in a sense, yes, although it can always be improved, I feel. Because if something works in practically, if let's say humans are imperfect and we need more than bread to live in a sense, so maybe we need some ideals that we need to follow just because we are, and not everybody does, but let's say collectively, mostly. In the same way where gun control is good because not everybody can be trusted with guns. In the same way, in a reverse way, if we have a religion and we follow it as a collective and everybody sort of subscribes to it but don't really have to believe everything in it and things like that, and if it works, then it becomes true in that sense, in the practical sense.
I'm
Even
asking, is
though
it true in the sense
yeah.
that, like, did Jesus actually rise from the dead?
Well, that's one of the things. Like, I would say that I have no idea, but I don't think so. But it's also like I understand that I don't know everything. So my version of Christianity is, in a sense, I think it was Thomas who asked to see the holes in the hands of Christ to get some evidence, and I believe that is part of Christianity to. To not just believe things because he was a disciple. He was, 1/12 of the followers. So that is my sort of path. I'm trying to summarize a lot of things.
I mean, I think Blitz is raising like interesting concerns that this is like kind of a. So you seem to be taking a theory of truth called the pragmatic theory of truth, which is like deeply implausible, right? Like the reason why it's true that, for example, cats eat mice has nothing to do with the fact that society is a better place because we believe that cats eat mice. It's because it's something like in line with reality, that cats eat mice that makes it true. In the same way, in order for Christianity to be true, the claims that it makes would need to be in line with reality. If you're saying that the world is a better place if we believe in it, that's one claim. But then the idea that that somehow makes it true is a separate claim. But maybe I would even challenge the notion that the world is a better place.
Yep.
I'll give you an example of this. One of the main
sure. Oh, can I say something before I forget?
Yeah,
I have
go
a very
for
bad
it.
memory. I apologize.
That's totally fine. Go for it.
I apologize. So if let's say you worship cats, and you worship them because they eat mice and mice spread disease and eat your harvest and things like that, that would begin to sort of make sense in a way where people might put some fantastical sort of metaphysical ideas into the cats and then project them onto the cats. But in a sense, it would make sense if that makes sense.
Well, but certainly the reason why cats eat mice, like that, presumably that would be true even if they didn't spread diseases. Even if cats eating mice in no way benefited us, it would still be true that cats eat mice.
Yes. But then we as humans, we tend to categorize things and we tend to sort of maybe not give maybe give meaning to things as well, but also give like this sort of, let our imaginations run wild a little bit because that's human as well. So we create this sort of system around the cats because they are very beneficial. And that might begin to get out of hand for some people where they start to give these fantastical ideas to the cats, but it's a sort of continuation of this deeper sort of truth and practicality of it, if that makes sense. So you might have a priesthood of cats and they might start saying, more than, or creating more than there is, but there is still the underlying sort of idea of the cat being actually useful and beneficial and having a sort of status in our lives as humans.
Before we knew about diseases, was it true that cats ate mice?
Yes, of course.
Sure. Well, why? What made it true that cats eat mice before our knowledge of diseases or their usefulness?
Well, because cats ate mice. So
exactly, right. Like at some level, it comes down to like the base reality of it. We can't form our beliefs based off of what's useful. We need to form our beliefs based off of what's true.
Sure. So let's say there is a planet that gets destroyed right now in another galaxy, and it doesn't affect us at all. It still gets destroyed, but we don't give it any meaning because we don't know about it. We don't understand it. If it affects us in the future, maybe we see it now and try to travel there, and then it's destroyed when we get there. Then we give it a sort of meaning, and I don't think that's like that's more human. It's not right or wrong. It's just something that we do as human beings, if that makes sense.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that. Like, for example, the field of like strictly theoretical mathematics. So okay, there's this very common thing that happens where you'll have mathematicians and physicists and engineers And mathematicians will develop mathematical frameworks to solve various complex problems that have zero application that's known to the real world. And then later on, that's when physicists come in and adopt their mathematical formalisms um,
Yeah.
and use them to explain the data that we see around us. And then finally, after that, engineers trying to solve like practical problems will come in and draw from these physics or from these physicists on these ideas. So, I mean, people develop ideas that aren't directly useful just for the love of
Yeah,
it. I mean,
and
I
I would say
also,
that that is like a
yeah.
part of it as well, like loving something and creating something, and like the idea of mathematics and things like that can themselves be a sort of ideal that you follow, and you create this sort of world around it and language around it as well, which is very important. So then it might not be useful in a sense, it might not be practically useful in the physical sense, but it is very useful for a person to, you know, feel happy when they do math or get challenged when they do math. So that's a very human thing to do, I think.
Well, that's just because we enjoy believing true things, and mathematics is like verifiably true. But maybe to direct the
Yeah,
conversation
yeah,
in
yeah.
like a direction that's a bit more, I don't know, substantive, I can tell you why I don't think that the nation would be a better place if everyone was Christian. The One of
Yeah.
the biggest crises that we're staring down right now is the threat of climate change. And in Christianity, you have very little incentive to care about this world or the environment or, you know, long-term problems that last beyond just this immediate generation because frequently throughout all of history, people have believed that it's the end of times, that the world is about to end. And when you look at the data, you know, you
Yeah.
see the percent of atheists that believe in climate change, it's like 90% of atheists, 95% of atheists, something like that. The percent of Christians, it's less than half. A good explanation for
Yeah, I
this is that
agree.
as a Christian, you have very little incentive to actually give a fuck about climate change or the environment or any of that
Well,
because you think the
I
world is
disagree.
ending.
I disagree with that because I feel that Christianity, the ideal, is based on how it is, how to live sort of in the best way when you have like a conscience and when you care about people, for example. So, I know in the Bible it says that, you know, animals were created for man in a sense, and then that you like people should populate the earth and things like that. So it sort of gives this opening to people to abuse this sort of idea of being sort of the kings of the earth. But in I feel Christianity is like, if you care about humans and humanity and, you know, children and babies that are born after us, it is very anti-Christian to begin denying climate change
I
because
actually disagree.
and I understand. I understand why Christians. Well, I don't actually understand why Christians would do it. I think it's more maybe political, and Christianity is like the some of the passages are an excuse. But please say what you were
So, I mean, while it
disagreeing
might be
with.
true that there are some Christians who are on board with, trying to actually take care of the planet, most of them aren't for pretty obvious reasons, because they believe that Jesus is coming back imminently, like Ian said, and they believe that because Jesus said it. Jesus said he was coming back soon. Every church I've ever
Yeah,
been to is under the impression that like tomorrow Jesus is coming back, and even Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 7, Paul instructed married people not even to have kids because the world's about to end. In Matthew 19, Jesus instructed people and said it would be better for you to be eunuchs for the sake of the gospel, obviously
right.
because the end is imminent, right? If you're actually reading this book, and a lot of Christians aren't, but some of them are, you're definitely going to get the impression that like everything is about Jesus's imminent return. And if that's what you believe, then there's no reason to take care of the planet.
Yeah, yeah. That's a very bad opening for that kind of thinking. Exactly. I think the Bible says that nobody can guess when it comes, so you should live as if, you know,
Well, the
whenever.
day or
I
the
can't.
hour.
I actually don't know who's. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So
So
I don't actually know who said
Matthew
that in the Bible, but
24,
the Bible.
Matthew
Yeah.
24, Jesus says it's 24:36. Says nobody knows the day nor the hour, not even the Son, only the Father. But in that same passage,
Right.
he
Right.
says that
So
he's
yeah,
coming back within the generation that's currently living. So while he didn't know the day or the
that's
hour,
actually.
he gave you a cutoff, and that cutoff was within the generation of his disciples, which he repeats in Matthew 10:23 and Matthew 16,
Yeah, that
27,
really
28.
bothers me. That really bothers me because for me personally, it goes against what sort of what his message was in a way where it doesn't, in my opinion, which is probably wrong, it doesn't really want to, or his message wasn't focused on things like that as much, unless it was in a way where he was trying to survive a stoning or something like that. He was trying to say these things. So it's my opinion. I should pay more attention to that piece because I've thought about it before, because I don't understand why an intelligent person would say something like that.
Well, I would say the other
I
thing
had something in
too,
mind, but I
to
forget. Yeah.
piggyback on what Ian is saying is, if we look at the course of Christian history, I don't think it's ever been a net positive. I don't think that Christianity brings a lot of benefits with it that you wouldn't get otherwise. Even from the early days of
Right.
Constantine, they were burning literature that wasn't Christian. They were destroying Greek
Yeah.
philosophy. They were burning heretics at the stake. They were doing book burnings.
Well,
So, like,
can you sort of? I think we can agree on, let's say, that the follower does something wrong, and then the commandment is something different in a sense. So we can separate those
But
two
but
in
then what
certain
is
situations.
then,
Even
then why would it be true that if the entire country was filled with Christian people, that that would somehow be better if you grant that the followers often don't do what's commanded?
if well, in my what I meant was if everybody did it as Jesus commanded directly. So none of his followers. You could let's forget everything
sure.
that
But
anybody who's ever interpreted the Bible in any way. We just directly follow him.
was Martin Luther a
Then the
Christian?
world. I think he was more Christian than the Catholic Church, maybe, but
Yeah.
I think the
Martin
Catholic
Luther
Church is based more on the sort of the followers of Christ, the direct followers of Christ, and
Martin Luther
Luther
wrote
was
an
more of
entire
a
book called On the Jews and Their Lies, where he advocated burning their temples and confiscating their property and excommunicating them from
yeah, yeah,
literally the land.
yeah,
This is what
yeah, and he hated
Christianity
peasants
brings,
too, like
because if
they
you
had
read
the
the gospel closely, especially the Gospel of John, the Jews are like universally hated in the New Testament. They were as early as Theodosius, they were issuing edicts to forcefully baptize Jews and murder the ones that won't get baptized. Christianity has always brought a reign of terror with it,
yeah
and
that
you can justify all of it with the Bible.
I think that's on the. So that's I feel like that's at least mostly. I can't say all because I don't remember all of the Jesus's teachings right now. But I feel that if you forcefully baptize somebody, or let's say just kill somebody or threaten them into faith, that is anti the lesson of Jesus. So
I
what his
disagree.
lesson was that you go around and preach the gospel, and then if people don't listen, you leave. You get dust your sandals, the dirt off your sandals, and just go somewhere else. So
I
that was
again,
like
I disagree.
the
Uh,
idea directly from him.
Jesus
Right.
says that in the Luke 19, when he gives the parable of the tenants or the talents, he says when he comes back, he says, "Bring those who didn't want to be king over me before me and murder them in my very presence." In the book of Revelation, chapter 14, when the
What was
sinners
that? What
are
was that about? What was the parable? The Sorry to interrupt because my memory is very bad. But what was the first parable? Like the sort of the context. Like what was he trying to explain?
in Luke
Was
19,
it
he tells a
happening in a story
parable.
or?
In Luke 19, he tells a parable that is paralleling his exit and his return, where he entrusts people with monetary value, and the goal is that they're going to invest that monetary value and have
Yeah,
some
yeah,
kind of
yeah. Right, right.
return on it. And there was one guy who was so afraid of losing it that he just buried it in the ground, and then
Yeah,
that one gets punished because he didn't actually do anything while the king was gone. And then he says,
yeah. So he,
those who didn't want me to be king over them, bring them before me and slaughter them in my very presence. And this maps on to Jesus' second coming, which also coincides with Revelation 14, where when he comes back, he's going to be slaughtering all those people that don't follow him and worship him in his very presence. So if you're the Holy Roman Catholic Church or the pre-Holy Roman Catholic Church, that's the Catholic Church, and you're out there thinking that you're the new Israel, as the Bible predicted, and that you're living in this state that Revelation predicted, then yeah, you would be carrying out Jesus's actions by executing heretics.
yeah. So that's another opening that I very strongly dislike, which like leaving an opening for behavior like that. For me, the take of that story was that if you have something in you, any skill that you have, you use it and you make the world a better place. And you don't, if you're afraid and you won't, let's say, preach the gospel or help people and heal people because you're afraid of what other people are going to do to you, or your loss, or your master in a sense, or you're afraid of God, then you are going to be punished in a very brutal way in this story. But it's a sort of a Jewish way of very Jewish way of I think hyperbole in a sense in these stories, but it's not directly, for me, the way I've understood it is not with the second coming. It is more about do things, and if you're too scared to do good, then that's a very bad thing, like a seriously flawed bad thing.
Yeah, so but the thing of it is, being too scared to do something is not actually negative ramifications. That's just being scared of something. Jesus says on multiple occasions that when he comes back, he's going to literally throw people into the fire. Literally, you're going to be thrown into it. It's going to happen. In Mark 7, Jesus advocates for following the law of Moses, which is the example he gives is murdering children that curse their father or mother. In Matthew 5, he advocates for following the law of Moses, which is also horrific, given that we know what's in the law of Moses and it's barbaric. I don't
Could
believe
you
that
like give
following.
me the yeah? Can you, sorry to interrupt because I don't know my Bible that well. Can you give me like these examples, just the surrounding? You don't have to read the whole
Yep.
like book of whatever, but
Mark chapter
yeah.
7, Jesus is mad at the Pharisees because they're following the oral tradition rather than the actual law of Moses in the Torah. And it says, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that if anyone tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is Corban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit to doing anything for the father or the mother. So he's saying your oral tradition is nullifying the commands of God, and here's an example of one of them. So he's correcting them for literally not executing children that curse their mother and father.
Right. So this is where I guess the sort of the entire context of Jesus comes into mind, and I'll of course admit, like anybody should, that they could be wrong, and I could be completely wrong in my idea of what Jesus's sort of lesson or point was as a totality. So I'd have to check those exact places and then admit it or disagree or try to cop out of it. But I feel that generally his lesson was focused on how do we live in a better way. So I don't think the lesson was that interested in
Well,
the
what's the
sort of the
lesson
future.
in Mark 7?
So I don't know if you have people queued up. I'm interested in talking. So if you can sort of explain it to me again, like what was
Yeah.
Mark 7 was the one that you just mentioned.
Yeah, so in Mark
I'd have
7,
to
if
check it
you
out because I don't remember. Yeah.
go to the beginning of the chapter, the Pharisees are mad at Jesus because their disciples don't follow the laws in the oral tradition. They're mad at the disciples for not washing their hands before they
What was
eat.
the right? Yeah, I was
Okay,
like, what
so
was the exact thing that they
So
were?
in Mark chapter
Yeah.
7, it starts out with the Pharisees chastising Jesus because his disciples don't wash their hands before they eat, which is a rule in the oral tradition, but it's not a rule in the Hebrew Bible. You'll never find anything in the law of Moses about it. And then he
Yeah.
comes back, his response is basically critiquing them, saying, no, the oral law is wrong
I'm
because
not
the
sure if you can
oral
hear me now,
law
but my connection's, I think, is cutting off.
can hear you. He said he's correcting them by saying, no, no,
Okay, I
no.
hear you now.
Your oral law, your tradition is nullifying the actual commands of God. So he's criticizing them for not
Right.
following the laws of Moses.
Yes. So here's one thing that I don't think many Christians will like to hear me say, but I think Jesus was playing a game with everybody who was against him. So first of all, he was trying to survive long enough to get his stuff out. So he would I wouldn't say play sort of maybe unfair games. He would sometimes play. He would avoid. He would sort of deflect things constantly
He's
so
not
that people
deflecting
wouldn't
here.
walk up to him and just kill
He's
him.
just correcting them.
No, I understand. Yeah, of course. So he's sort of well, one of the big things about Christianity is hypocrisy or trying to avoid it. So when he says things, he corrects people in a way where he demonstrates their own hypocrisy so that they go away. But what he
Sure.
says is actually not something
But
that
what is
I
the
would
hypocrisy
prescribe
that
to
the
personally.
Pharisees are
But yeah.
engaging in Mark chapter 7?
So if they come and correct his disciples of doing something wrong, he corrects them by saying, "This is the law which you do not follow, and it's written down. So why are you correcting us for what we're doing when you yourself are following your own law, in a sense?"
There you go. So he's correcting them because they're not following the law that they're supposed to be following, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what
That
law
they
are they supposed to be
themselves say
following?
that they should be following.
Uh-huh.
They themselves say that they are following the Judaic laws, but
Sure. And does
it
Jesus want
sort of
people to
leaves the
follow the
opening.
laws of
Yeah,
Judaism or not?
I would say no, because he is
Oh,
always saying things that break the laws. Like he's always trying to
that
avoid
that
them.
never happened.
So well, let's take the stoning for example, where the adulterer is being stoned. So that's
Oh, you don't
the
want to
most
take
famous
that.
example where. No, I can take it. You can respond. This is my take on it. So there's an adulterer. We all know that, and then he says, "Well, cast the first stone if you're so perfect." And then people are just like, "All right, we'll just get out because whatever." He got us on our hypocrisy in a sense. So the law says stone her. He says don't stone her, and he finds a way to do it in the Judaic sort of system of because. Jews usually try to be logical. They try their best to at least reason with things and with the laws that they have. But you have another take on this.
Obviously. So the first problem is this isn't even something that's original to the Gospel of John. This is added in the 6th century. We don't have a single documented evidence of this being part of the Gospel of John until the 6th century. The other thing is Jesus didn't advocate for breaking the law here. All he did was he defended a woman that seemed to be unjustly accused. You're supposed to bring both the adulteress and the adulterer together up on charges and stone them both on the account of at least 2 to 3 witnesses. There was no man. Jesus was right to be suspicious.
Right, but he did say
Jesus was right to be.
that wasn't
Hold
the reason
on,
he said.
Law, we're almost there.
Yeah.
Jesus was right to be suspicious that this woman hadn't actually committed the crime she was being accused of, which is why he did something in this passage, even though I don't think he actually did it, which was actually pretty smart. The thing that he did was says, okay, we can stone her, but everyone else who has committed a crime worthy of stoning gets stoned as well. And what that did is it got people off of her back, which I can only assume because he just assumed that this was a sham. So again, there's a lot of problems with this, and it actually ignores the bigger problem, which is we have direct words of Jesus. Jesus with his own mouth telling you to follow the law. Like in Luke chapter 18, when the rich young ruler comes to him, he says, "Good teacher, what must I do to inherit eternal life?" Jesus said to him, "Why do you call me good? No one is good but God alone. You know the commandments. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not murder. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness. You shall not, or you shall honor your father or mother." And he replied, "I've kept these since my youth." So Jesus here
those
is
are good
suggesting
lessons, I think,
that in order to see the kingdom of God, you've got to obey these laws, which were given through Moses, which is why we see the same thing in Matthew 5. In Matthew 5:17 through 19, Jesus says to follow the laws. In 19, it says, "Whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus just flat out tells you to follow the law.
And then I think he had, I'm not sure if he added after that specific phrase, but he added that once everything is fulfilled, then, fuck the law, basically. And so I don't know if didn't swear on that.
He didn't say quite that. He said, "I did not come to abolish the law. I came to fulfill, for truly until heaven and earth pass away," which heaven and earth has not passed away, Not one letter, not one
Yeah,
stroke of a
that's a
letter will
really
pass
annoying.
from the law until all is accomplished. That's why he says, you're going to follow this law, and if you teach people not to follow this law, then you're going to be least in the kingdom of heaven, because this law is intact until the new heaven and the new earth. And that is clear in Revelation 21:7 and 8. You don't need the law anymore because God's going to wipe away everybody's ability to do sin, apparently. So
So
you're
here's
going to
here's
be
another
doing the
take on it,
law.
and
You're going to be doing the law
yeah,
according to Jesus until heaven and earth pass away.
right. So here's two takes on that. One is he's still trying to survive. So he's trying to, if he would come out and say,
What do you mean
"Do
he's
not
trying to
let's,"
survive? He's the Son
he's
of
trying to
God in
survive
this book.
stonings.
You
Like,
don't have to try to survive.
well, here's the take that is the logical take, which is if he comes out and says, "All right, everybody, let's stop the following the Judaic law," he's going to get stoned day one. So his
So
message
what?
will never get out, in a sense.
So is this
What
guy divine or what?
he's a guy, he's a man, so he needs to survive somehow, right?
Is God going to allow him to survive? Because Jesus says that
Well, he did.
Jesus says that he needs to do things in order to fulfill the prophecies. Like, all of this was already written.
Yes.
It was written about him, decades, centuries
Yes.
in advance, what he was going to do. So God's going to make sure that that happens. He's not going to die prematurely, simply because simply because he said something that people don't like.
Well, here's the thing. He survived because he didn't say the things that people didn't want to hear it exactly.
No,
He would
he
point
literally
out
did.
logical
That's literally not the
fallacies and then
case.
survive.
He in John chapter 2, at the beginning of his ministry, he literally walked into the temple, made a whip, and started driving people out of the temple. If that didn't get him killed, nothing will.
Well, he like, hold on, my phone is he would whip people out of the temple. Again, these are like, these feel like cop outs, and a lot of the Bible is sort of,
Is that cop outs?
in a sense,
Listen,
where,
you're saying that
well,
Jesus lied
no, no,
to people and told them that they had to follow the law in order that he wouldn't get killed. So Jesus couldn't say, don't follow the law of Moses, but he could just walk into
yes.
the temple, the most sacred space in the entire world, and just start driving the leaders out. That was acceptable, but telling them not to follow the law was too unacceptable. Please tell me you see how much of a cope
I
this
wasn't.
is.
No, no, I'm trying to get you to sort of, let's say you read the Bible as a reasonable person, right? You try to make sense out of things, and sometimes, let's say Jesus says something that just doesn't make any sense, and I can, admit that maybe I don't understand it, maybe I'm not equipped to understand the exact message, and then sometimes I'm like, this makes so little sense that it feels like this same person would not say these different things. So then you have to, like, we all have to make a decision of using our own minds when we read anything, in a sense. So if we read, let's say, the Quran that says the Quran is perfect, we have to make the decision to choose whether we believe that or not. I think we agree with this sort of idea. And then if you choose to believe that the Quran is perfect, then you start running into trouble when you start reading these sort of discrepancies. But in, let's say, the Bible, there is no sort of demand for this type of perfection, and we all understand that these were written down later on, much later on. So, I'll give you an example of,
Well, I think you're
when,
kind of missing the point
yeah,
here. We're discussing whether or not
yeah,
Christianity teaches you to do good things or bad things, and it clearly teaches you
yeah, yeah.
to behave wickedly, because Jesus advocates for doing the law of Moses, and he tells his disciple to tell other people to do it. In Matthew 28, when he sends his disciples out, he says, teach the nations to follow all of the commands I have given you, which means these commands. He never once changed his mind on following the law of Moses. That's something that you have to add into it, because it sounds like you don't like the law of Moses. But honest Bible readers
Yes, yeah.
have
Definitely,
long understood
I added into
that
it.
there's a strain of Christianity that is pro law of Moses. And if the law of Moses is bad, then all that means is that God had a horrible, bad law code for a period of about 1,500 years. Having Jesus get rid of it is only just basically suggesting that Jesus didn't like his own law.
Exactly, and that's what I think the whole. I mean, the main crux of it is that he is trying to get Jewish people to do something else, and he's trying to also make it global. So he's trying to make it for everybody and
He
not
could have just
just
told them
so
not to follow the
global.
law of Moses.
And then he
So
would have been killed.
no, he wouldn't have been killed. He would have been killed because he was a false Messiah and a false prophet, not because he said not to follow the law of Moses.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So
The Pharisees already had an oral law that contradicted the law of Moses. It wouldn't have got him killed to say that you shouldn't follow the law of Moses. He could have just said it.
I think there was
After Jesus died, other people did
specifically.
say not to follow the law of Moses, namely Paul. Paul wasn't murdered for saying don't follow the law of Moses. Why would Jesus get murdered for it?
So there, I think there's a specific place in the Bible where somebody's coming in with a rock and he's going to stone Jesus if he says, I can't remember if it was this law question, but I think there's at least like two places where people just come in and try to stone him, and then he says something to divert and deflect the person to go do something else so that he can
There's
finish his
an event
mission.
where they try to lay hands on him and he slips away because he's the son
Yeah,
of
there's one.
God.
Yeah, he runs
He
away.
can he can slip away. That's not a problem for him.
No, he's a human being. He's a person, and we're all children of God, right? So that's
Sure.
that's one a good example where
Do you think the law of
somebody
Moses was
comes
good
in
or
and
bad? Because it
stones.
sounds like you're doing a lot of work to run away from it.
Oh, right. So we should address. I'll remind me after this because this is a short point, and then I'll address the law thing. So there's a person that comes in and tries to stone Jesus for Jesus saying that he is the Son of God, and then Jesus says, aren't we all the children of God? And then the guy is like, whatever, and then he walks off and doesn't kill him. Then when it comes to the law, so this is my take on it again. So I can't speak for Jews, especially because I'm not Jewish.
Right, but is the law of
So
Moses good or bad?
yeah, I would say it's well, falling back to practicality. So I would say the laws that we have now, and especially the laws that Jesus brought in, much better. But
Were the laws of Moses good or bad
the
though?
Jew. So I'll give you the perspective, and then I'll say in which frame of reference I think they're bad. So first, the Jewish the story begins with Adam and Eve and the perfect place where
I
everything is
just need
fine
a
and
good or
nobody
bad. I don't
wants
need a
us.
story. We know the
No,
stories.
I'll give you a reason why I think they're bad, but you need the frame of
I actually don't
reference
need the reference. I
for.
just need the answer. Do you think
No,
they're
no,
bad then?
trust me, you do. Yeah, I think they're bad, but I think you need to hear this in a sense to understand what I mean when I
Uh-huh.
say that. So it's not the same as what you think. I would imagine. So you have the Garden of Eden where everything is perfect, and this is a story. So this is what I think describes the separation of
The garden
human
was
from
perfect, even though there
your
was a
regular
talking,
animal.
deceptive snake in it and a tree that would kill people.
Yes, the perfection came from ignorance of, like, let's say if a rabbit gets eaten by some other animal, they don't consider if it's evil or not. It's something that happened. So that is the same sort of paradise of neutrality of things just happening when you're an animal. And when you eat from the fruit that gives you an idea of what might be right or wrong, and you start to think more, then you can no longer be in this sort of paradise of neutrality. You have become sentient in a sense. So you've become you know more than a rabbit does when its babies get eaten by a snake or something like that. So you can no longer remain in this frame of reference where things just happen and you're satisfied in a sense. And then under these circumstances, people start making babies. They keep
Okay, so why is the law bad? I'm just
procreating. Yeah,
waiting. We know the story. We
right,
just
right.
need
So,
to.
yeah,
Okay.
right. So this is the beginning, and then it is the fault of the human according to the story because we chose to keep going the direction that we have been going, and then God says in the story, you need to get out of the garden now because you're lost, and then people start doing it. The world is very different, so
We're not going to get an answer, are
people
we?
are very brutal. No, you are because I've already said that it's bad, so I need to explain the reference. So then.
Oops. Oh no. All
Oh,
right
what
then.
happened?
Too bad. I guess it's God dropped his connection. Piranha Kill, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, I was stoked to see Justin and Ian together before, but Phil Bros, beware the trio of terror. Oh, that's a good one. You guys are great. What I've learned from watching your channels has given me weapons against my religious trauma. Thank you all. Happy to hear that, Piranha. We're trying as best as we can. Certainly, we moved the needle with some, and not so much with others. But we're doing our best. Simeon, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I actually was wondering about morals. Could I have an objective moral system based upon a subjective framework? The example I like is chess. We made up the rules, but can make the objective best move. So I don't know how I would classify this. I would say we could use objective means to come to an agreement on what the best subjective morals are. But I think Ian has probably something to say on objective morals. I know not all atheists believe in subjective morals. Ian?
Yeah, I mean, this still seems subjective to me. The question that makes like morals objective versus subjective is like, what? Okay, are these reasons universal? Does everybody have a reason to do this thing? So in theory, you could say, you know, we measure goodness in terms of you could subjectively create a framework and say subjectively, I think morality is just suffering, and then we measure suffering by how many times like the suffering circuit completes in people's heads, and then you can come up with like objective measures of like, well, this person suffered like 2,000 circuit completions in his head, and then this person suffered like 1,800 circuit completions, so therefore objectively 2,000 is greater than 1,800. You could do that, but that's subjective, right? Like you need to subjectively buy into that in the first place. I think that the best shot at objective morals is going to be one that argues in favor of objective morals on the basis of commitments that are in everybody's worldview, on the basis of things like, needing to deem yourself as being intrinsically valuable because you value, or needing to have a right to freedom and well-being because you need that for any goal. I think that sort of framework is going to be way more, or I think that that's the only shot at objective morals. I don't think that if ultimately it comes back to like something subjective like that, that it's going to be objective, even if you can come to objective answers after people are bought into the framework.
So
Right.
the word that he's looking for is intersubjective, meaning that it is still subjective, but it's a subjective set of ground rules that everybody's agreed upon. Chess is very much that way.
Sure. Like a social convention or something.
Yeah,
Um,
it's exactly that.
That's fine. Although I guess it's hard for I struggle to see if somebody doesn't give a fuck about it. It's hard for me to see what reason they would have to.
Oh, they don't. I mean, this is still a type of subjective, right?
Sure.
It's just it's in some sense a little bit stronger than, like agent subject, or what is it? Agent relativism, for example.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah. Fair question, though. And Karen, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, starting a grassroots campaign to make Pam the new Karen, inspired by Bondi. Ian's latest Karen video was crazy. Let's have some barbecue. I don't know if I got to see that yet. Now I gotta check it out.
It really is worth watching. Like when I say
either.
she went fucking ape mode, like unironic, like actual, like chimping the fuck out, like ooh, 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 style ape mode. Like it was crazy.
I actually did hear the intro though.
Yeah.
Oh damn. Okay, y'all. After the stream, make sure we go over and watch that video. I'm pretty excited for it now.
Yeah, it's a good
But
one.
yeah, I'd
Also,
go with Pam.
Yeah. Gosh, does anyone know a good Pam? I've never met a good Pam.
I might know
I
one,
don't
but
think
I
I
would
have.
say this: we might want to draw a distinction between Pamelas and Pams.
Yeah.
Insightful, yeah.
Just saying that could be a thing. And also, Adway New Warren says, "'Twas a joke. I'm a moral realist. The only converting I do is with current and phases." Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Get some electricity jokes in here. Our debate would get held at objective, subjective morality. I mean, it's a fun debate. I think the objective versus subjective morality, but my favorite is when we can corner it into divine command theory and show people the dangers of believing in morals that come from a god. But either way, we're gonna grab our next guest, which looks like it's gonna be Dave Smith, not to be confused with Drew Smith, the our friend from the YouTube channel. Also, Ian and Blitz, I see the troll in our video box. I'm just gonna record him and then post it on the internet. I don't think this is actually what he wants people to see. Actually, let me see if I got video recording software here.
Do you have his IP? Can't you find these guys' IPs?
Yeah. Actually, I can get his IP address. It's really not too much.
Yo, Blitz, your mic is muted.
Oh no!
Wow.
Yeah, he's my resident stalker. I haven't seen him in a while though.
Whoa.
I guess he got busy for a while.
Yeah.
I'd actually put him.
He's not even erect. He's just doing it for the love of the game. Yeah. Now he's insecure. He's jerking off. He's insecure. He's insecure that he's neither a grower nor a shower. What a fucking tragedy.
Oh no.
Oh gosh. Bro,
Oh, wow.
his fucking nipples look like Sid the Sloth. Those motherfuckers are in completely opposite directions.
Oh well.
This guy's a fucking bucket of laughs. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. He's having some issues with his junk though. I don't know if he'd want to swinging that thing around pretty regularly.
Bro, this guy's like incapable of getting an erection, it seems.
Also, did I see like a syphilitic wart?
I think so.
Oh boy, I wouldn't be surprised. Listen, buddy, we're not doctors, but maybe you should look into your fucking doctor. Maybe you should ask your doctor about that.
Okay, well, we'll drop him and move on. That's a good time.
Sure.
I did do a screen recording for a little bit on him, so we can post it to the wider world if we ever need to. So
yeah,
someone inside chat said performance anxiety.
Oh, that's so sad for him.
It's very cold where he's at. Tell her about the shrinkage. Okay. Oh shit. All right, let's get Dave Smith in here. Welcome in, Dave.
Hello.
Are you
Can you hear
at
me?
least 18?
I am, yes. Can you hear me
Awesome. Yep.
Yeah.
Do you believe in God?
well? Yes, I do. And I just want to go with the objective thing with chess. Chess has objective rules. It's not subjective in any capacity. It's objective what the rules are. That's not what objective and subjective is.
Well,
and I think we'll get to that the debate to some degree.
well, there certainly is like a. Yeah, I'm sorry. That is besides the point. I guess we can move to like the actual point, which is you think God exists. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to go through, like, I'm a psychologist, so I want to go through it from like a psychological point of view.
Sure.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's three ways we can look at it. When you say God isn't real, you can say a specific person, which is I think what you three are taking it to be. You can take it from a belief that people have, and which creates a culture. And the third, which is what I believe, is the word God means truth. It just means the word truth.
But nobody uses the word that way. Like we refer to God specifically with personal pronouns, Basically in every culture God is referred to as like he. That just seems to, and also the word God is used like a title. It's used to mean like you can use God in the same way that you use like the word senator. You can say it's the God of this religion in the same way you could say like it's the senator of this state. You can say hello there, God, and that's totally coherent. So just like a basic grammatical analysis of the word God would reveal to us that God doesn't mean truth. That's simply not how the word is used.
Well, the way you used it was to represent man, right? which is where the objective subjective comes in, and where I think it bleeds into your worldview. What happens psychologically and from a cultural point of view when you remove the figurehead of a man?
I'm not really sure what your question is asking. And also, I don't think I'm using God to refer to man. I'm
Well, you said
I'm
he.
pointing out that I'm saying that God refers to a personal being. That grammatical analysis of how the word God can be used would inform us that whatever God is, it must be a person.
Does everything need to come from an authority source? Can you use logic to come to a conclusion without an authority telling you?
Yep.
Would be my response to that.
Yeah, you can.
I
You
don't see how
can?
that's responsive though to what Ian said.
Well, if an authority told you that this is what it means, that doesn't have to be what it specifically meant. The example I can think of is,
Look,
like, do you
people
guys
just
believe in
use a word
zombies?
in a certain way. People use the word God to refer to a person, like a type of being with a mind, with agency. That's just what people. That's how people use the word. If you're using some like, you know, personal
Idiosyncratic
definition,
usage.
yeah, idiosyncratic. Yeah, if you're using some sort of idiosyncratic or personal definition of the word, then that's fine. If you want to define God to mean truth, fine. We can have a discussion about whether truth exists, or that's a whole separate conversation. That's just not what most people mean, and that's not what we mean when we say God isn't real.
I know it's not what you guys mean when you say God isn't real, but it's the gap that
You could have
is
asked.
created. That's what. So you guys, I know you guys believe it's a person in the sky, right?
No.
What do you guys believe it means?
It's some sort of metaphysical entity that perhaps is the grounding or causal agent that produced the universe.
Mm-hmm. I take it to be something like that, right? Like a personal ultimate foundation.
It's still kind of a personal thing rather than symbolic. So the symbolic is the representation of a clock. It's a man with two hands, and then Mary is a representation of a vagina. And if you look at a picture of Mary, that's what she looks like.
How fond are you of Carl Jung?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting I feel like I'm in like the front row of like a discount Freud lecture.
I've read some.
Huh.
And do you happen to be a fan of somebody named Peterson?
Well, like I said, you don't have to get thoughts from an authority. You can get thoughts from logic. So it doesn't have to come
fine.
from
I'm just asking.
a specific person. I just came up with this myself, man. Like, it doesn't have to come. Like, I can use logic. It doesn't have to come from an authority. It doesn't have to.
I never said
You don't
it did.
have
I
to
was just
look
asking.
from.
I was just asking if you're a fan of somebody
Truth
in particular.
I know them, but yeah, you don't have to draw a conclusion from an authority. That's what you're really getting at. Like, who did you draw this from? What are you getting at?
Well, I will
sound
mention it is helpful, right? Like, if there is somebody whose ideas you're taking after, that's very helpful for us because it allows us to instantly understand the thing that you believe. Like, if it were true that you believe just what like Jung believes or what Peterson believes, well, then that would be like instantly informative to us. Like, we would just know instantly what you believe at that point.
Yeah, if that's the worldview, if your worldview is it has to come from an authority, then
No, it's
you
not that
can
it
say,
has
hey,
to.
what
It's
authority
just
does it
that
come from?
some people have their ideas inspired by other thinkers. And if it's the case that your ideas, your worldview were inspired by XYZ other thinker, that would be useful information for us. It doesn't have to be. Just that sometimes that does happen, and it is useful to know when it does.
It's mainly from research, looking at statistics, and
when you say research, does this mean like you're a published psychologist, or do you mean research like in the sense of
not published research? No, it's like personal research.
Wouldn't that be the sort of thing that you do if you were a psychologist? Like, wouldn't you have published research? When you say psychologist, do you just mean like you like read like Wikipedia articles, or?
No, I'm studying psychology, so yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sure. No, I hear you. Sure. Okay. So, I guess to make sure that we're having like a substantive dispute, because surely what we want to have here is a debate about substance rather than a verbal dispute, which is just like us discussing like how words are used. surely we should be more interested in whether or not there's like a personal foundation or not a personal ultimate foundation, rather than what the sounds that we make with our larynx mean, like what picture we attach in our heads to the sounds we make with our larynx. Like that seems like a much less interesting discussion.
Maybe. I mean, it's just kind of telling me your worldview to some degree. But why does it have to come back to self? Why does it have to come back to somewhere? Rather than just logic and truth itself?
Do we disagree on anything?
That the word is misused.
Do we disagree on something other than like semantics?
Semantics in what way?
It's like word meaning. Is the only thing we disagree about like word meaning? Because I'm totally fine leaving like word meaning as an empirical question. Like it's just going to come down to some sort of empirical question of how does this word get used?
Well, it's just what's the actual true meaning of it? And I'd say if you replace the word God with truth, everything makes a lot more sense.
No, it doesn't. Because so take this for example. Do you think when we say God isn't real, we're saying that truth isn't real?
Fundamentally, yes. And you're replacing it with authority, and then you're replacing it with your own personal take on it.
And in our view, is it true that we're replacing it with authority?
In your view.
Is it true that we're replacing it with authority in our view?
I would say so.
Sure, then truth exists in our view. So that can't be what we mean.
So God exists in your view?
Nope.
Under my definition.
Nope.
If I said God is a Buick, is that an acceptable definition?
Like Buick's a car, no?
I'm just asking you, can I just define God as a Buick?
A Buick is a type of car,
This is kind of the fundamental it comes down to. You're replacing God, you're replacing truth with yourself.
Listen, so I'm asking you, is it valid to say that God is Buick?
That if you believe that you are God, then yes.
I'm not asking about me, I'm asking about God.
That's what
if
you're
we
doing.
say that
You're
there is a
redefining the
God
word.
and God is Buick, is that an accurate
calling
statement?
the kettle black.
Well, yeah, you're saying I can redefine the word. I'm God.
You've redefined it, not me. I'm
Pot
asking you.
Demolishes kettle in heated one-on-one debate.
If you get to say God is truth, why can't I just say God is Buick?
Because truth is eternal.
God is lamp.
I mean, that's
lamp.
Fundamentally, it sounds like what your worldview comes down to. You reject the word truth, you reject God,
Nope.
so that you guys can define truth.
Those are two different words. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Which one?
Truth and God.
How are they under the Christian?
How are they different words? That's like very demonstrable.
How are they different structures? How are they different structures?
I don't know what that question is asking.
Well, the people, Christians or Muslims, they don't believe that God created everything, that God is everything, including truth. So if you're going to reject that, it's
no, they do reject that. They don't think like God is, for example, like a rock. That would be pantheism.
They don't think that, for example, God is evil.
Yeah, or there's like the verse with the prophet Elijah, if I'm not mistaken, where it says, there was like a fire that came, but God was not the fire, and there was an earthquake, but God was not the earthquake. They will explicitly say God is not a whole list of things.
They say it's the universe. Like they say it's the
I'd love to know what
everything,
you think rather than you trying to butcher what Christians think.
I just think truth is God is truth. It's just that once you accept that definition, it's just far less confusing.
When you're evaluating like some sort of proposition, do you write down its God table? Do you check whether it's false or God? Can a proposition be either false or God?
He's really revolutionizing the field right now.
It really is. I mean, God has fewer letters, so like the papers can be shorter.
Hey guys, what if we just What if we just shuffled the symbols around, guys? Wouldn't that be interesting?
If only.
Is it true or false? Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Oh, I
Is
didn't
it-
say
is it-
no. I mean, I didn't say true or false. I said God or false.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say that. It's just a more
Truth, damn it.
healing way for people to use the word, because it's just it encapsulates everything the word means. The other way you
It
can look
actually
at
doesn't. It
is
doesn't. It doesn't encapsulate anything that the word means. The word truth isn't a noun. Like something can be true.
Well,
it
it
can
is a
have
noun. It's
the
not
value. Like we could use
not
it
a
as a
concrete
noun,
noun.
but we're saying like in actuality, there you can't put truth in a bucket. Truth is an evaluation of something, right? So just saying
No,
God
it's not an evaluation of something. It's just
true,
truth.
or
It's not
God
an
is
evaluation of
truth is
something.
meaningless because you're
That's
using the
coming
word
back to the
truth
subjective.
as though truth
It's
is
not an evaluation of something.
is an object.
But it's not an
So you
evaluation of
understand that
something. You
most people
uncover
don't
truth.
understand God the way that you understand it, right?
Yes, I do understand.
So you
that,
understand
for
that
sure.
when you use the word God to mean truth, you're just being confusing.
Well, it's just equivocating, right? Like you're just
It's
equivocating on the
not
term.
confusing. It's just
It's
it's a
absolutely
way.
confusing.
It's a way to. How's it confusing?
Because if you say God when you mean truth or truth when you mean God to somebody who doesn't share your definition, they will not understand what you're saying.
You can explain
Which is
it.
kind of how confusing it. Yeah, if I take your view, and let's say that I'm a police investigator, or let's say I'm a lawyer, and I'm arguing in front of the jury, and I'm like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we really want to get to the God of the matter. We really want to know what's God about this crime here. Like, nobody will understand what I'm saying. So clearly, this is a confusing definition that you're offering.
It's not confusing. I mean, you can have two words. I mean, they swear on the Bible to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. I
So
mean,
what?
that's what they do in a
They do that in the
courtroom.
Quran too.
They don't
There's not
swear on
much.
the Bible to tell nothing but the God or only the God and nothing but the God. They use the word truth.
But it's the core of what it means.
It's not.
It doesn't mean like what's the core of what you guys think it means?
Somebody
You
needs
think
to
it means-
call the dictionary company. Like somebody needs to update Oxford so they know to change the dictionary now. This is just silly,
Good
Dave.
point.
This is actually really sad.
Well, I think we've already given our definition. You know, I take it to be something like a personal ultimate foundation of reality.
Why does it have to be personal? That's what I'm saying. It comes
Because
into
that's just
subjective.
how the
word
word gets
means.
used. You know, why
I don't
does
think
Buick
Christians
need to
or
be a
Muslims call
car?
it personal.
That's just kind
I
of
don't
how
think
the
they call
word
it
is
personal.
used.
I've never heard anyone call
That's
it
exactly
personal.
how they call it. You can look at philosophers like
Atheists
Peter
say that,
Van
or
Inwagen, who is
on the
himself a
other side.
Christian. You can look at people like Ryan Mullins, who is himself a Christian. You know, you can look at people
William
like
Lane Craig.
Schellenberg, who is agnostic. William Lane Craig is going to hold to a definition like this.
Again, you're calling to
Like
authority. It doesn't
every
matter.
single
Like
one of
you can
them
say
will
that all these
call
people
them
said stuff.
personal.
It doesn't matter
You
what
know,
someone
No,
said,
if
whether
you
something's
this
true
isn't
or
an
not.
authority. This is a
But that is
demonstration
an
of how
authority.
it's
This person
used
said that.
linguistically.
my
That's
argument is
just.
not. I think you're a bit confused. My
I'm
argument
not
is not
confused at all,
that.
man. It's not an
Oh, I
argument
think
to say
you
this
are.
person
My
said something.
argument
I'm
is
not
not that
confused.
Peter Van Inwagen said this, therefore it's true. My argument
It
is
is
that
that.
You mean
If
God?
you're mentioning
this
5 people that
whole
said this,
slew of philosophers uses the term this way, which means that this is the most
and that's
common way that
authority,
it's used,
and then that's a call to
especially in like
authority.
the literature. You know, this is how the word gets used. If you want to
So,
redefine
is
words,
there
that's
anything?
fine, but that's boring.
I'm
Who
not redefining
cares?
Confusing.
words.
Wait,
I'm
would it
using
be
it the way
okay,
that it
Dave?
means to be.
Would it I'm going to define child rapist to mean somebody who uses the word God to mean truth. Under my definition, would you be a child rapist?
That's what you guys are arguing for.
Would
You
you?
want to be
Are you a
God and you
child
want to define
rapist,
truth.
Dave?
But that's
Are
what your
you
worldview
a
comes
child
down to.
rapist, Dave?
The child rapist has a
Under
definition of what it
under
means. There's a truth of what it means.
Oh,
Oh,
does
now
it?
You're
definitions
trying to
matter.
define
All
what
of
it
a
means.
sudden,
Wait, I thought that there
they
was.
mean things.
Coming close to God means coming close to truth. That's what it means. The
It
closer
does
you
not.
get to the truth is the closer you get to God.
Disagree.
Accepting reality is accepting God. It's the same. It's one and the same.
You
Wait a minute,
talk
so
about
now God
accepting
means
reality while trying to define your God into existence is wild.
Say it again.
That you talking about accepting
both of
reality
you
while
talk.
trying to define your God into existence is wild.
It's not defining anything. It's just truth. It's just truth
It's
and
not.
reality. The further you go away from
It's not
reality,
truth.
the further away you go away from God.
Disagree.
Like God created the world. Reality created the world. The world is the way it is. The
Reality
further you go away
created the
from
world.
that,
By
the further you,
what does reality created the world mean? By the
the
world,
world is the way
presumably
it
you
is.
mean reality.
Reality, yes, it's
Yeah,
one and
so
the
you're
same.
saying reality created reality? That seems like it's impossible.
Well, reality is reality. Reality
That's
is the
not
way
what.
it is.
No,
However, it was
obviously,
created.
reality is
I didn't
reality,
realize
but
that.
it's not
Holy
the case
shit.
that reality created reality.
Of
Groundbreaking
course.
revelations
Well,
here
either
today.
way.
Reality is
Dave,
reality.
you keep on jumping between things that are trivial by saying reality is reality and things that are demonstrably false, like saying like, you know, reality created reality.
I mean, either way, it's reality is what it is. Yeah. So
I
you're.
agree,
I'm not
reality is what
arguing.
it is.
And at the end of
I'm
the
not
day, it's
arguing.
night.
Look, wait. I'm not arguing that I know how the world was created, but you are. That's the difference. You're trying to define reality the way you want it to be, or call to authority to say this is how it was, but it is the way that it is.
We
No matter
agree.
what.
Do you
No
think
matter what
that
you say.
anybody here disagrees that reality is the way that
Yes.
it is? Sorry,
Yes.
and what
You
have we
guys
said
believe
that
that reality
indicates
is
that
how
we
it's
don't believe that
defined by
reality
authority?
is the way that it is?
Because you call to authority. You say
Do you
this
think
is
that
what someone else
authorities are
says it was.
sometimes, sorry, do you think authorities are sometimes a good source of information? And if not,
Absolutely. Not compared to truth. Not compared to truth, not compared
do
to
you think that
experience.
perhaps like authorities could be like a good way to arrive at truth?
No.
Why are you at college then?
Why am I at college?
Yeah, why are you studying?
Because I'm fascinated with psychology, man.
Sure.
I mean,
And how do you
the other
know
way,
that what they're saying is true? They're just authorities after all.
I'm confident a lot of it isn't true.
Okay, sure. Then why are you there?
It's still interesting.
Sure.
Psychology is the thing I'm interested in, man.
You
I mean,
you
that's
enjoy
But it's not true.
wasting
You
your
enjoy learning.
time?
Yeah. What?
I mean, it's not a waste of time because you can at least even see from the other point of view where they're coming from. What, like, why are they making up this? Why are they lying? Or why are they saying this thing? Where's the worldview coming from?
Are you in the UK perchance?
No. Why?
Are you in the US?
No.
Okay. Are you in a place where your college is free?
No.
Okay. Well, then I don't know if I'd be wasting large quantities of money just to nitpick at what professors say and say like, huh, why are they telling these lies?
Oh, it's not that. Well, look, I'm interested in psychology. I mean, you're learning physics. It's like, why go to physics? What are you going to do once you finish studying physics? It's like, you do
Look, if
something
you
you're
want to
interested
learn
in.
psychology, but authorities are not a good way at coming to truth, especially or specifically about psychology. Why would you listen to authorities on psychology when you could just listen to truth about psychology?
You can listen to people talk, but a call to authority isn't truth. Like, it's not. Just because I said this person said it, it doesn't make it true.
Nobody has
It's just
ever said that ever in the history
Yeah.
of this conversation.
Yep.
That's what he just listed out. These people said this,
It's
this, and
evidence,
this.
bud. Authorities,
make
the
it
fact that like an
true.
authority believes something is evidence in favor of the conclusion. It's not like a syllogism, like William Lane Craig believes this, therefore it's true. That's not the argument. It's just that the fact that all these
It's just
philosophers
irrelevant.
of religion have converged on the conclusion that God is personal
Doesn't
is
matter.
expected
Everyone
if
could
indeed
converge
the
on it, man.
word
It's still wrong.
means that God is a personal being, but it's really unexpected if God means like something completely different. They could be wrong. You're absolutely right. What's the evidence that they are?
Also, let's just back up and recognize that like definitions are collective agreements, right? So if everybody uses a word in a certain way, then that's just what the word means.
It's not. That's not true either. I mean, words are changing
that's
all the
literally
time.
what definitions are. Definitions are collective agreements about what certain sounds mean, right?
I mean, to some degree, but there's
Not
the
to some
real
degree.
meaning of the
There
word.
is no objective
Okay,
definition
just not
of
to
any
some degree.
word.
It's not true at all. There's an objective meaning to a word.
Oh no,
and that's
it's 100% true. There
Wait,
is
how
no
do we?
objective meaning of words.
I'm mad curious. How do we arrive at the objective definition of a word?
Because I mean, I think it's the most important part of the
How
question.
do we arrive at it? How do we know? How do we go about figuring out?
Is
We're never going to.
God
By the way,
real?
I'm going to keep asking this question. We're never getting an
Yeah.
answer to it because it immediately fries him. All the obvious answers.
it does
So
not.
how do we
Go
arrive
for it.
at what the objective definition of a given word is? How do we
How do
figure
we
that
come to
out?
It has a meaning.
How do we
trying to
figure out
push
what
it
the
into
meaning is? How do
subjective.
we figure that out?
But You're just pushing into subjective.
How do we figure it
there's a
out? Tell
word.
us, explain. How do you figure out the objective definition of a word?
I guess you'd say the original definition. I don't know the
The
objective
original
way, but you're
definition?
trying to
Wait,
push
so
it
let's
to
go and check what
subjective.
the original definition of God is.
Could do that.
Justin, are you
They
familiar
can.
with the
It's not
etymology?
about definitions. It's not
Oh,
about
it's not about
it's
definitions now.
well, it's not about definitions. It's about it's just is this true or not? If it, like,
It's not like you've
This
been
is
arguing
fascinating.
that the definition of God is truth for like 30 minutes.
True.
But it's not about definitions, right?
But saying you can just change a word and then it's a new word. I mean, that's just subjectivism.
That's literally
That's
how
what you
language
did.
evolves.
That's literally what you're doing. You're taking a word and you're saying the word God means truth now.
I mean, that's just what it means to me.
It doesn't
I mean,
mean
so
that.
whatever you back to
subjective.
subjective, fine, but yeah, you can say that. But it everything works under that definition.
It doesn't.
And this is
It
what
doesn't.
What doesn't work?
Yeah, for example, you're saying that we don't believe in truth.
I think you guys don't believe in truth. No, you believe in
What's the
authority.
argument for that?
It's a call to authority.
What's the
and
argument that we don't believe in truth? Go ahead.
What, from a psychological point of view, or
Just from the point of view where you're
evidence?
giving an argument. From a logical point of view.
you're constantly calling back to authority. You're constantly calling back to either definitions or authority. Like redefining.
And
or
have we ever
authority.
not done that?
Not just true. Sorry?
Have we ever not done that?
In this conversation, I haven't heard really much else.
Sure. I'm sorry. Wait, have I said like any truth? So if I said like 1 + 1 is 2.
Yeah, but some other guy said that it's not 2, and here's 5 other guys who said it's not 2 as well.
Who
That's
cares?
pretty much the argument you've given. That's what I
Who
said.
cares? Sure. Wait. So then you agree that there's like I do believe in truth. In fact, to believe something just means that you think it's true.
To believe something doesn't mean that you think it's true. You just believe it. Oh, no, that's true. It doesn't mean. Sorry, I was going to say it's not. Doesn't mean it is.
Oh,
true.
I said something true. So then truth does exist in my worldview. You contradicted yourself.
What about that?
In what way?
Yeah, because you said that truth doesn't exist in my view, but then you've acknowledged that I've said something true.
So you can say something true if you don't aim for truth. That's not. They're not.
So you think I just stumbled
they don't
into
go
it?
against each other.
You think I was just putting random words together and I just happened to
whoopsie-doopsie.
say something true?
I'm deconstructing like the worldview that you have, but
yep, that's what's
I mean,
happening.
you can have truth either way.
That
Sorry?
seems not to be what's happening. You're trying to force a worldview onto Ian that's not something that Ian actually holds to. All of us believe that there is such a thing as truth, being that things can be true. None of us believe that God is true or that he is, in fact, truth. What would stop us from just saying that God is false?
Well, I mean, from a personal standpoint, would it not just be more consistent?
Why would we
And-
not just say God is false? If we're just allowed to defy the word God as some sort of truth value, why can't we just say God is false?
That's kind of what your worldview comes down to. That you can
I'm
kind of
asking
define
you,
anything.
why
the way you
is
want
it
to.
wrong to define God as false when you're defining God as true?
Because it's not true.
Okay,
Why
then
not?
how did you determine that? How do you determine that God is
It's just
true
not
rather than
true.
false?
Using logic.
Then give us the logical syllogism that gives you God's truthfulness.
I'll try and do an example. Do you guys believe in zombies?
Nope.
No, which is why we don't believe in Jesus.
Justin, would you mind kicking the guy? Or not Dave Smith. Would you mind kicking like the guy that keeps
Oh, he came back.
Yeah, like the naked guy.
Keeps showing us his embarrassingly small wiener.
Yeah, what a goon. Do you think he's lonely?
Bro, do you think he's
very
employed
lonely.
is the
He
real
lives,
question?
He definitely lives in a 1-bedroom apartment. What we're seeing is his whole home.
Why has he got pink flowery blanket on his bed? Is this his grandma's room he's doing this in?
Yeah, it must be. He's
I'm gonna see if I can get his IP.
He's fucking jerking his wiener and he still can't get it hard. Holy shit.
The dude really needs some blue
Look, it's
pills.
totally normal for a man his age.
True.
I have some
I
real
bet
concerns.
if my life was as full of cortisol as this guy's life was, I bet I wouldn't be able to get an erection either.
Probably.
Yeah, I think I've got a good example to try to explain it. So, do you guys know how PTSD works?
Vaguely.
Mildly.
I think the
Oh,
simplest
by
way
the
to
way,
explain
regarding
it
your
is
questions about zombies, hold on, sorry, I was a little bit distracted.
Yeah.
Regarding your questions about zombies, well, see, what zombies mean is truth. So yeah, of course I do.
I'll come back to that in a second. So, PTSD is when you don't understand what happened. So, if you fall out of a tree and break your arm and you're expecting that, it's much less likely you get PTSD as if you're just randomly doing something, you break your arm, you're like, how the hell did that happen?
Why
So,
should we believe this?
Why should you believe it?
Yeah, that this is what PTSD is.
I mean, you don't have to. It's just a way to conceptualize it, right?
Oh,
Well,
sure.
I mean,
Then
like, I don't know,
I guess all three of us just won't.
Because, like,
Okay.
you're an authority, right?
That's fine. That's fine. You don't have to. It's fine.
Sure.
You don't have to
Okay.
believe. You can believe
Well,
whatever
then
you
the
want.
argument fails, I guess.
Okay. Well, that gap between understanding and look, the higher your IQ goes, you can understand more. Fine, right? But the gap between understanding and not is the truth gap, I guess you could call it. And that's where people, from a psychological point of view, kind of need God because they need the meaning for what happened. But that's how people use it. They use it as a stand-in for truth, a stand-in for me, a stand-in for this is what reality is. That's how they use it. You're using it to say it's a person in the sky, but how people actually use it
Nope.
is to say
Nobody
this
said
is what
that. Not
the
a
event
single person
is.
said that.
There's a person in the sky.
Yeah, nobody said that it's a person in the sky.
You said it was a personal thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep. Not
Different
in the sky,
than a
though.
person in the sky, a personal ultimate foundation.
What does that mean?
Yeah, it means that if you trace back things, like chains of like metaphysical and causal dependence, if you, I exist, I was caused into existence by my parents, they were caused by their parents. If you trace back the chain of causation, you'll arrive at like an ultimate cause in the God worldview. Same thing with like metaphysical dependence, I depend on the particles that make me up. Those particles depend on the things that they're composed of, and then they in turn are dependent on things like particle fields, for example. And if you keep on tracing back the chains of dependences, ontological dependences, you'll arrive at like some sort of like ultimate being, and then that's also God. So God is the causal and metaphysical foundation, who's
But it
personal.
doesn't have to be a being, does it?
Well, otherwise he would be a non-being.
Would that be the same thing?
No.
No, non-beings don't exist.
So where did the rules of the universe come from?
Which ones?
Just all of them. Gravity, mathematics. What is it? Where's that connection come from?
Yeah, those are two different
Where does that come
questions. I've heard an interesting view on this. Maybe Blitz would have more to say about this, but the view is just that the laws of physics emerge just because, given the fields, these are going to be like the paths of least resistance, that all other paths cancel each other out. That, for example, with gravity, that the reason why gravity happens is because when there's like bending and deforming of what space, and then there's going to be like a path of like a shortest path, and then things just follow the shortest path.
That's one way to view
Why?
it, certainly.
Why could you not say that that's you having a more deeper understanding of God or more deeper understanding of the universe?
Because that
and
made
truth
no
itself?
reference to God.
Doesn't
Because
have to
you're
be,
equivocating.
but it's a
you're
way you could
conflating.
use it. I'm just saying it's a way you could use it to conceptualize God and understand God from
No
your point of
reason
view.
to.
Well, the reason to is meditation's good for you.
You would have to
Tradition is
prove
good
that
for
the
you.
God existed before it became a reference. I mean, you could easily just say that it's in reference to Flibberty Giblets. It's a nonsensical thing to do.
You could, but that, like I said, those three definitions. One was from, is it a
There you
person
go.
in the sky? One is it a cultural belief? And one is it, what does the actual word mean?
Oh, it turns out that none of those are the way that we're using it. I don't
he
know
just
why
said
you
it was a
seem
flippity
incapable of
in the
like.
sky.
I don't know why
He
you seem
just said it's a
incapable of like
person in the
actually
sky.
understanding. Literally,
Yeah.
nobody said that. I don't know why you seem incapable of understanding what
He
a
just said
worldview
it's a
is.
flippity gib. That's
I
exactly what
don't
he
think
said.
that I don't think actually
Ian
Dave's on
said
the
that
level. Like, how
It's
much time
definitely
do we
not
actually want to
what
waste on Dave?
Justin said.
No, we can move on to the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's just like intentionally misrepresenting our view. So
Yep. Okay. Well, thanks for coming by, Dave.
Okay.
It's been
Nice one,
fun.
you guys.
Well,
if by fun you mean like horrible, excruciating pain, because that's what the word means now.
yeah, indeed, that is the case. All right, we're gonna grab. I think next in line is D-Zon, and actually Terminator. It came back after like the fifth time of coming and going. We might want to take Terminator since they're here again. Rose Settles, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says, guys, let me smack my lips and spin more lies. That's pretty accurate to some of the guesswork here. And Karen, thank you for the super chat. Says it's always the dudes who just suggest society is better under Christianity. It's always better for women, trans people, or not white people, etc. It's not always better. We agree. Like the people who really want Christian nationalism are like white men. Like there's not. I can't imagine being a woman and thinking that Christianity is good for you. It just simply can't be. And G3 Rain says, if there were a church of the cat, I would get behind that. In fact, I would absolutely go to Church of Cat. I would assume that there was some really good naps. I could be wrong, but I would go for a cat nap mass. House 70, thank you for the super chat. Says, problem with starting to interpret the Bible to fit one's own belief is that the entire book becomes unreliable. Anyone can say anything, which is akin to throwing the book away. Indeed, House. When you're reading the Bible, you always have to interpret it. There's so many passages that aren't really all that clear that it makes it so that it's kind of hard to actually agree on what it means. And if you can't actually agree on what it means, you might as well not even have the book and just make up your own foundation. It's almost a useless text. And Germs Rossolino, there we go. Thank you for the super chat. It says, why do Christians always insist on following their own fanfic of the Bible and insist that's what the Bible says to do? Well, it's because, to be fair, if you're a Christian, you've read some of the book or you're having it read to you, you don't really like it. Like, it's not really something you can get behind, but if you can twist the words enough, well, then you might be able to get to a point where you can advocate for it, even though you really don't know what you're advocating for, you know? But friends, we've got more guests waiting to get in. I'm going to save a number of these super chats for towards the end of the show, so we can get some time with the guests. So thanks so much for being here. We are going to read all the super chats, totally promise. But we've got some guests that have been in here for a while. I want to make sure we get to them. We're going to bring in Terminator and then D-Zon. Welcome in, Terminator.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
Terminator, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Cool. And which God do you believe in?
I'll say a Christian God.
You didn't sound too confident with that.
I was.
Okay. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for God existing? Preferably the Christian God, but you can give an argument for a generic God if you want. I think your finger is on your microphone. It's hard to hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
The Bible, because it contains a lot of truth in it.
Okay. What about the Bible would lead us to believe that it's true?
What is wrong with the Bible?
I asked you, what about the Bible would lead us to believe that it's true? Because I've read the Bible quite a bit, and there's a bunch of untrue things in it. So I guess I'm confused about why we would think that it's true. I'm more than happy to show you the untrue parts. I just hoping you're gonna answer my question first.
I mean, there's like 2 billion people inspired by the Bible, and yeah, and a lot of people put faith in the Bible. So unless you're saying that
They do the same for the Quran.
Yes, they do, but I think the Quran is actually a pretty expired book as well.
Oh, you believe in the Quran and the Bible?
Damn, he wants to lose either way. He wants to be a part of both teams and lose no matter
Yeah.
what.
He's gonna go to double hell.
Yeah, true.
So there's like a two authority, like a proof of a higher authority.
What does that have to do with the Quran and the Bible? Are you okay over there?
Okay, so you say that the Bible is like a aeon. So you said that the Bible has some gruesome things in it.
I
Like
said that
killing
it
of
has lies in it, had things in it that are untrue.
Our friend is back and he's doing a little shimmy, Justin.
Did
you
he
know.
fucker come back again?
Yeah, he's busting out the moves. Damn,
He's
this
really
dude's smooth as
lonely.
fuck. Have you guys ever
Also
seen
looks like
like?
he has gynecomastia. So
Yeah.
But you know, there's no shame in that.
no, there isn't. But he should see a doctor.
Yeah,
Definitely, yeah.
yeah. Like
Oh,
it doesn't
well.
have to be this way, friend. You know, maybe if you spent less time, I don't know, being weird, and more time flipping patties, you might be able to afford like a visit to the doctor.
Oh man, the anti-Semitism's wild with some of these guests.
Truly.
He's accusing somebody of being idle all day and doing nothing while he's literally on somebody else's live stream jacking off to the camera. Pretty crazy.
Yeah. Have you
And he
guys
can't
ever
even
seen
get a-
the fucking like animation of like naked Shrek dancing around? It's like it's undescribably similar to that. It's like it's a spitting reflection of that video for those of you who can't see it.
That's wild. All right, sorry about that, Terminator. Anyways, let's talk about why. First of all, I think this is kind of silly. I don't meet many people who think the Quran and the Bible are true because they contradict each other. But on the Bible,
can't both be true.
I mean,
exactly,
I mean,
they can't both be true.
I mean, the Muslims believe in Jesus.
They don't believe.
They think the Bible is corrupted, right?
Yeah, they don't believe in the version of Jesus that Christians believe in.
Okay.
I mean, do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God that died on the cross? Because Muslims disagree with that.
No, I don't believe Jesus is the Son of God, but a messenger.
So then you're not Christian. Are you, wait, Terminator? Are you just a Muslim that don't want to say you're Muslim?
No, I believe in God, but not a specific like.
Do you believe in Allah? Do you believe in Muhammad?
I think Muhammad could be real. Yes.
Okay. Sounds like you don't know what you believe. Okay. Hey, Terminator, it sounds like you actually don't know what's happening. It sounds like you kind of stumbled into this live stream. Maybe you don't belong here. That's fine. Maybe nail down what you actually do believe and come back and we can debate it. Because if you don't actually know what you believe, I'm not really sure there's much we can do for you here.
Okay.
All right. Have a good one. Well, that's disappointing. I thought we were going to actually get to talk about the Bible or the Quran, but it turns out I don't think he's prepared for that. I could be wrong. Oh well. We're going to get D's on, and then Mr. Cheese, and then it looks like Rancho after that. Give me just 1 second to clear the guest box properly. There we go. And let's get our next guest in here. Welcome
Hi.
in, D's on.
Good evening, my time.
Good evening to you. Are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I'm 46 and I'm a believer.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
So when I was in court giving the evidence the other day, I did the combined oath and swore on both the Holy Bible and the Quran.
So you're a Quran believing Christian or a Bible believing Muslim?
I'd say I regard both to be the inspired word of God, but the actual word of God is inaccessible.
But they contradict each other.
Because both were told by the oral tradition before the printing press got invented.
Okay, so neither one of them are reliable?
That's what I would say. Yeah, there's good as you're gonna get, but
Okay, so then we shouldn't trust the Bible or the Quran. If it's
well, you can
both of them
trust
are
as much of
untrustworthy
it.
books, why would we determine that they were inspired by God?
Because I believe that the prophets within it had religious experiences which they either spoke or wrote down or both.
Why would we believe that?
There was a paper in an Israeli journal of someone who had a religious experience that was captured on EEG and believed themselves to be a messenger from God.
Right, but I'm asking why would we believe that the Bible and the Quran was inspired by God rather than just written by men?
Dizon, have we spoken before?
Yeah, we discussed at Christmas time when the differences between the gifts you were going to get and I was going to get.
Okay, just checking.
I think we agreed that Santa wouldn't favor either of us. Something like that. But yeah, so for me, Allah is part of the Godhead, of which the Father, Son, and Spirit are also part of.
Sure, but why would we believe any of that?
I've developed a quantum theory, which I submitted to a conference. It got accepted, but I couldn't
What
afford to
conference?
go. As Blitz will know, it's not very good being a PhD student when you got your studies to pay for.
But which conference?
Which conference?
It was a social science conference in Japan. I can't remember
Why
the
would you
exact
submit a
name of
quantum
it.
physics paper to a social science
Yeah,
conference?
because you can't really discuss theoretical theology at a physics conference.
It doesn't sound like you're talking about quantum physics then.
It's applied quantum physics, so it's quantum entanglement. So what I'm saying is that the Father, Son, and Spirit are entangled with Allah, and then obviously the Son part of the Godhead is entangled with Jesus when he was here.
And by entangled, we of course just mean like stands in some like vague relation with.
So Jesus is referred to as the divine, was it divine countenance? So that's what I'm saying, that it's an entangled version of the Son, which is itself
But
entangled with
but that
Allah.
definition comes from a book that you just said is untrustworthy.
A book which is the best truth we have. So
Right? But you
But
just
it's
said it was
untrustworthy?
untrustworthy.
I didn't use
Dizon's
that.
giving an argument for global
I just
skepticism.
said it's the best truth we have. It was told by oral tradition before the printing
What
press.
percentage of it's
It
true?
wasn't written down at the exact time that it was communicated.
What percentage of it's true?
That would take a lifetime to work out.
Well, it's
If
kind
you
of
had to,
important.
if you had to ballpark it, like, you know, gun to my head, they're gonna shoot me unless you tell them honestly how which
Well,
percent you think of it is true.
Well, one part of it, for instance, calculates pi as 3, so you could say it's right to one significant figure.
Gosh. So the closest we are to truth, and we have like 3%. There's a 3% chance of it being right for any given verse, and then for anything else, it's lower than that. Like for like a like an ecological science textbook, it's going to be lower than 3% of it is true.
Well, I'm a
I guess we're just fucked,
statistician.
dude. Maybe we are brains and bats at that point.
I'm a statistician, and we work to the magic 5% that Forster came up with. Came up with. So I would say it's not as good as my statistics.
Sure.
A statistician writing a quantum physics paper on theoretical theology, you're getting all over the place.
Yeah.
Well, I got 6 degrees.
Yeah, it seems like
oh,
it.
that's 2 more than I
my
have.
PhD.
Yeah. Definitely seems like it.
What are your
You should
degrees
talk to
in?
Riz Laden. He has 168 PhDs.
Yeah. What are your degrees
well,
in?
Dr. Robotnik has 6.
But what's your what are your degrees in?
So my first was a BSc Hons in multimedia studies. My second was an MSc in e-learning. My third was a MSc Econ in information systems. My fourth was an LLM in EU law. My fifth was a PGCE, and my sixth was a MBA.
So nothing related to any of the fields we're talking about right now.
Well, my job is a workplace chaplain in a research institute.
Maybe it's for the best that you have to pay to go to college in the US.
Well, the thing is, you on your lives, I've heard you think that you know what happened before the Big Bang, and most of the credible scientists I speak to say we can't know.
You saying that at me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have evidence that supports certain models, yeah.
But you can't for certain say what happens before, because the only evidence we have
I don't think I
is
have.
what happened immediately after.
I don't think that I've ever said, like, for certain this is what happened. I think what I always say is we have evidence that this is what could have happened.
But as Blitz knows, you can't institute a change or temporal model at that point. So,
sorry, what now? What do I know?
If you're trying to understand a time before time, you can't have change and temporality at the same time.
What? You don't think that there's change in time?
No, you can't have.
Well, you can't go from.
Yeah, okay, I understand what he said. He misspoke. You meant you can't have change in a timeless state. Right.
It's the basic laws of physics. For instance, everything will stop until keep on going until acted upon by another force. So what force led to the quote change? And that's what we can't prove. If there was a force that led to a change.
Yeah, so wait, would you agree that in a timeless state there's no change?
That's what science says, yeah.
Sure, so then you would agree that time always existed, because otherwise you'd have a timeless state that changed into being a timed state.
That would follow, yeah.
Sure, so then that means God didn't create time.
The theory that I've been working on is that God didn't have a concept of time.
Sounds like he's kind of a stupid fuck then.
Well, I don't
a bit of a knuckle dragger God,
view,
it seems.
The Godhead, as I call it, was or is perfect.
But I mean, do you think that God's all knowing?
No, I don't follow the Orthodox view of God because it must because I believe in the day of judgment, God must be tracking us and our sins.
Sure. So how much do you think God knows?
I'd say God knows as much as we've ever known.
Okay, and do we know that time exists?
He does now, yeah.
Okay, sure. So then you would say that God actually does have a concept of time?
I think God had to come to terms with the concept of time, and as soon as he did, he realized he needed to create our universe.
Had to come to terms with it?
Well, the thing is, we've all got a limited amount of time on this planet,
Mm-hmm.
and some of us choose to create another generation, shall we say, and I
Mm.
believe that was what God felt
Mm.
when he realized he existed.
Do you think that time is inseparable from space?
Well, time and space are the same thing.
Sure, so you think space also always existed?
Yeah.
Okay. And I guess like would you agree that if time and space always existed, then the universe always existed?
No.
Okay, sure. What do you think the universe consists of?
Not to put too fine a point on it, God's creation.
Sure, which is what?
Everything we can observe and haven't observed yet.
Okay, everything, and sure, but like what specifically? I guess like what things came into existence when God created?
So all the galaxies and everything within them.
Sure, but I guess like would you take that to include time or space?
No, I think before God, there was emptiness.
Hmm. I guess that's a little bit confusing. Do you think that time and space are connected to like certain fields? For example, like, I don't know, gravitational fields?
Well, someone more eminent than myself, Isaac Newton, said he thought it was God that set the planets in motion.
I just don't think that's an answer to my question. My question was just, do you think like time and space are connected to things like gravitational fields?
I think, like was implying, I think it was God that set those rules up.
Okay, but do you think that time and space are connected to gravitational fields?
Well, gravity is meant to be the bending of space and time.
Oh man, we're just not going to get an answer to the question, are we?
Well, the barrister the other day was cross-examining me for 3 hours, and she was getting a bit irritated as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I see why. Were you weaseling then like you're weaseling now?
Well, I knew the game she was playing just as I know the game you're playing.
Yeah. It really seems like it, you know. You see the checkmate on the very next move, which is why you refuse to actually let the next move take place by just dodging the question.
I'd still love to hear an answer to the question.
So, I think there are rules in the universe and God set them up.
What's the answer to the
Okay.
question, though?
That is the answer. So
Do you even know what the
the
question is?
the question was, do I think effectively if there's space and time, there are forces that follow or
Nope.
Nope.
ways or whatever that follow
No, it's
from
just do
those.
you think like space and time are connected to like gravitational fields? That the specific facts about a gravitational field in some way affects the goings on of space or time?
Well, you can't have a theory of everything without it modeling gravity, time, and space. I'll give you that.
Does he yes or no?
Where are we going with this?
Well, I'm just trying to get clear on what's a part of the universe, like what it was that God created, because it's unclear if God created like any of the fields. But then that's really strange
Well,
because
I'm saying
I take
that
the universe to just like be the fields and perhaps the energy within them.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same
well,
boat here, so
in my that paper I submitted, the engine states are nothing, nil, infinity, and null. And
Did the paper include an answer to Ian's question?
It did include infinity filibustering, infinity dodges.
So let's just say I agreed with you. Okay. That space and time have inherent properties that govern forces like gravity.
I just take that to be what the universe is. I'm not sure what else is in the universe other than like that and energy. There totally could be more stuff. I don't know, Blitz, is there anything more than that?
I would take it to just be the fields.
Okay. Well, then at that point, God didn't create the universe because he didn't create the fields, because he didn't create time and space.
But in order to have a change, you need a force, and I'm saying that force is God.
Bro, can you imagine being the barrister trying to get an answer out of this dude for 3 hours? Holy shit.
Painful.
Well,
we should just move on to the next one.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest.
To you,
I think that's about it. Thanks for coming up, buddy. All right. Well, he gave it his all. He's nice about it, at least.
He was nice about it.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for the super chat. It says, scrotums are evidence against God's existence. Just think about it. They're such a dumb design. I'm not joking. I literally just heard this yesterday. I think this might be the new most powerful argument against the evidence of God, that he looked down and said to men, like, you're going to have these scrotum dangly bits. By the way, if anyone touches them, it's going to hurt like hell. In fact, you might not even be able to reproduce, but also I need you to reproduce a lot. Broke my crayon. Sorry to hear about that. Thank you for the super chat, though. This is DZ, Blitz, and Ian. This is an Avengers level threat for bad ideas. Keep up the good work, gentlemen. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. It is fun to do our weekly trio. And Ad Wayne New Warren, thank you for the super chat. It says, laws of Moses were society shaping laws. Jesus came for the cast out, those who sinned and were cast aside as unclean. I mean, he certainly did seem to care for the castaways, but he also definitely cared for the law of Moses pretty deeply. I think we talk about that pretty sufficiently on my live stream. We cover that particular topic. But yeah, did Jesus like the outcasts of society? He sure did. That's the one thing I like about Jesus, is he wasn't too concerned about the elites. He wanted to be a man of the people. And 1020 Carry, good to see it. It says, Blitz has the Morton Salt Girl and Ian has the lava lamp. Is this a shift in dogma? It's not. We haven't traded deities. It's just that at one point Blitz dropped out of Video Ninja, and when we re-added him, he got added as the bottom frame. So now it's just, it looks like he switched his deities. But it's okay that we love the whole pantheon. We don't have to pick and choose.
Yeah, it's all great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it's also the same thing somehow.
It's true, yeah. Also, Grimlock, thank you for the $20 over Venmo. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W to Grimlock. And I think
I don't want to be presumptuous. I don't have my phone nearby, but I presume there's probably one for Blitz and I as well.
Yeah,
In
I
which
got
case,
$20.
we appreciate it. Let's get a massive W for Grimlock. We appreciate this. Couldn't do this without you. It's great to have you in the
Absolutely.
community, buddy.
Really is. I think we said we're going to bring in Rancho next from the TikTok queue. So Rancho is loading now. Welcome in, Rancho. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. In what God do you believe in?
Probably like the Christian one, though. To be fair, I haven't read too much into like actual like Christianity and things of that nature.
Okay. In your opinion, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for God existing?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certain striking facts about the world that we live in, and it seems like the best explanation for these facts, if we look at some sort of abductive case, would be the existence of some sort of God.
Like what?
I think one such striking fact would be something like psychophysical harmony, the seeming sense of harmony between physical states and phenomenal experience.
So, okay, the weird thing about psychophysical harmony is that it seems like you could have psychophysical harmony with literally any set of psychophysical laws as long as you evolve to respond appropriately. That the universe could literally just be like creatures like thriving around in agony based on like the psychophysical laws. And then as long as those creatures are indeed like writhing around, then it seems like you would have psychophysical harmony.
There's also a secondary issue, which it seems like psychophysical harmony kind of assumes that the mind is not physical, right? I mean, if you grant some sort of physicalism about the mind, then psychophysical harmony is kind of just trivial.
That's true.
Yeah, so I guess I'll address the points one by one. So the first part, I didn't quite understand the part about, creatures writhing around in pain and how that would be harmonious, because seemingly psychophysical harmony, and I can name certain instances like hedonic harmony, semantic harmony, epistemic harmony, etc. But it's seemingly some sort of, nice correlation between things like pain and avoidance behavior and stuff of that nature. So I'm not really sure how there would be psychophysical harmony in that case, but feel free to elaborate after.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
then to
maybe you
address
could.
your point, Dr. Blitz.
I guess I'm not.
All right,
I'm
one
not
sec.
super
Could I
clear on
just
what you
get
mean.
through?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Yeah. I'm happy to elaborate after, but to address your point, Dr. Blitz, I don't quite think that that's true. In the original paper by Cutter and Crummett, they do assume a sort of epiphenomenalism, but then they show why, both tenets, both the sort of causal completeness as well as the dualistic hypothesis can actually be removed and psychophysical harmony would still, be provided. So I'm happy to explain further on that as well, depending on which sort of, foreign you guys want to take on.
Sure. I mean, okay, I guess we could stick with like Dr. Blitz's contention. What would be the psychophysical harmony if physicalism is true?
Well, which type of physicalism? I think there's a huge difference between the sort of a priori physicalism and, maybe type B or like property dualism.
Just like the idea, I'm not sure which specific one it falls under, but just like the idea that all of our mental states reduce to certain physical states.
Well, when you say reduced, do you take them to be identical to physical states?
Maybe like a supervenience relation.
Oh, okay. So could you imagine things like Chalmers zombies and ghosts and things of that case? Do you
Oh
think
yeah,
those
I
are
can imagine
conceivable?
them. Yeah, I could totally
Okay.
conceive of them. Yeah.
Do you think that they're possible?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the sort of like Kripke's argument using like the super rigid terms to prove that they're possible?
If you want to walk me through them, you're welcome to. I'm not familiar with it
Okay.
though.
Well, basically, it's just saying if like, okay, well, I might just rather just give an argument for dualism because that might just cut through, most of this. And the argument
Sure.
would just be something like it's sort of an abductive case. So, let's just say it seems that we have certain intuitions regarding, physical and mental states, that they're vastly different, but it seems that dualism is the best answer for questions such as personal identity. And if dualism is the best answer for these sorts of questions without, tons of, evidence in the opposing line, then we ought favor dualism over some sort of physicalist hypothesis.
Okay. So I guess there's like a couple of things to say about that. I think dualism leaves like tons and tons of questions unanswered though. Like, it's not at all clear to me how there's an interaction between this immaterial substance and this material substance. It seems like there's this like magical, inexplicable jump between like the physical and the non-physical.
Like in the sense that they're different. Yeah, of course they're different. I don't really, I've never really understood this sort of interaction problem because generally the way that it's phrased, and you can feel free to elaborate after, but the way it's phrased is they say, how could they possibly interact? And then you just wave your hands a bunch, and then it's like assumed that that's some sort of contention. But I've
Well,
never
I'm
really
just
understood why
asking
this
you
is a
like
problem.
how do they interact?
Yeah, there's a set of psychophysical laws.
Okay. I don't grant that.
You
If
don't
by
grant that there's
psychophysical
psychophysical?
laws, if by psychophysical laws you refer specifically to something that's dualistic, I don't grant that.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying under the dualist, like your question is, how does the dualist explain that there's an interaction between
Mhm.
non-physical and physical substances? And the answer
Yeah.
is the dualist would say there's a set of psychophysical laws which govern the interaction between the two. In the same way, there's a set of physical laws which govern the interaction between two particles bumping into each other, or gravitational forces, or things of that nature,
Yeah.
right?
That
So
seems
that's
to just
all
be
the
like
dualist would say.
positing the solution. If I'm not mistaken, what it sounds like you're doing, you're saying like my question is, okay, how does the material stuff interact with the immaterial stuff? At some point there's like a jump between the brain and then like our immaterial like mental substance. And I'm asking like how does that jump take place? And your answer to it is, well, there are laws governing how that jump takes place. It's not clear to me that that really gives like an elucidating answer. You're just saying, well, there are some laws that do that. That's
Well,
not very
maybe a helpful
informative.
Yeah, maybe a helpful corollary would be like between physical interaction, right? So whenever we, like let's just say like a priori, like physical interaction isn't known, right? Imagine, some third party observer that's never seen physical interaction and they see a billiard ball rolling towards another billiard ball. How would they know that what's going to happen, right? There's no like a priori way of conceiving of this. Instead,
I'm
they
not sure
know
what the
because
relevance of that is.
yeah, the relevance is just look, when we look at interaction between physical particles or when we look at interaction within the physical domain, the reason why we know that these things can sort of interact with each other is there's this set of laws which govern how physical particles interact with one another,
Hmm.
right?
Yep.
Certain laws, regarding, even when we look at, things microscopic, things like Coulomb's law governs, how charges interact with one another, electric fields, all of these sorts of things. Why can the dualist not just posit this exact same sort of things for the interaction between the immaterial and the material?
I guess what I'd be curious is like how do we study those things? Like how do we arrive at knowledge of psychophysical laws?
I just say like currently our science is greatly limited. The same way that before and Dr. Blitz can yell at me like my physics two teacher will probably, but the same way that like Kirchhoff and all these people and like Maxwell or whoever were involved with like the electromagnetic laws or electromagnetic fields and flux and all of that, weren't able to study it until what was it, like the 1800s or something like that. So maybe in the future we can study it by, creating some sort of AI system or some, I don't even know what it would look like to test and, monitor the psychophysical laws. But until then, I mean, I don't really know how we would define them. It just seems that there are laws. The same way there's always been laws governing flux and things of that nature. We just didn't discover them until we had the, relevant, I don't know, scientific advancements or something.
That seems to be like a huge limitation on the amount of evidence this actually might be able to provide, insofar as we can't really determine, um, I mean, like what they are. There's no way to study them. But additionally, when we take a look at the brain itself, it doesn't look like there's things in the brain that are getting caused to happen in ways that are unaccountable by other things in the brain. Like there is nothing of that sort. So if what you're saying is true, that indeed there are these sorts of interactions, well, we would expect there to be certain physical facts that were otherwise inexplicable by a chain of other physical facts, but that's just not the case.
Well, one, I'd hold off because our neuroscientific knowledge is, a little bit incomplete. But second, I'm willing to adopt, it seems you can even adopt a view where, these sort of mental states don't even have causal powers. That seems to be a decent view to hold. And also, I'm not really sure what you mean by they're not explicable by causal chains, because it could just be the case that, they're working, there's like some sort of overdetermination happening that's one possible solution. I don't know. I guess broadly, like this sort of critique, I feel it doesn't have much bearing due to one, the sort of, we don't have exhaustive knowledge regarding, brain states and neuroscience and things of that nature. And there's certain dualist hypotheses that actually account for this, and this information is actually expected under those dualist hypotheses.
Mhm.
And furthermore, on
Justin, can you take a look at Discord really quick?
Yep.
Yeah. In conjunction with this, I still think that dualism is, primarily the main argument that I'm giving is dualism is the best explanation for personal identity, and it seems to win on that case. So if that is the case, it's certainly something that we should favor.
Sure. Okay. So I guess we can go through this. So you're committing yourself to the view that there's no causal power in these mental states. Well, then how on earth is there psychophysical harmony if they don't cause anything?
Wait. Psychophysical harmony isn't speaking about the causal efficaciousness of, the causal efficacy of mental states in creating some sort of harmonious relationship. Rather, and in fact, in the paper that Cutter and Crummett posit, they actually assume some sort of epiphenomenalist fill of mind in the background. So, it seems like entirely plausible because all it's talking about is the sort of harmony between avoidance behavior and the mental states.
Are you saying that the mental state causes avoidance behavior?
No, that's
Then
the
what's the
epiphenomenalist
harmony?
would not be committed to that. The
Then
harmony
what's the
is
harmony?
that avoidance. Yeah, there's a correlation between both of them.
Okay. Why couldn't that be true under literally any psychophysical laws? That there's just some correlation between
no,
a
okay.
feeling that doesn't
No.
cause anything and then a certain behavior.
No. The issue is you need to look at what the harmony is between. The harmony, when we look at hedonic harmony, for instance, is going to be between some sort of physical response of avoidance behavior, such as removing your hand from a hot stove, or gasping for breath when you're about to drown or something. That's correlated with an intrinsically bad mental state, which is the phenomenal experience of pain. Now, I do agree it could have been otherwise, but that's what the psychophysical harmony argument is trying to say. Imagine the world where you actually feel pleasure when your hand is on a hot stove, and you actually feel pain when, you meet a loved one. That would be a terrible world to live in because we'd be actively straying away from things that cause us, good experiences because they're bad for us, and we'd actively be pulled towards, causing our loved ones all sorts of pain and things like that, joyfully doing it in the process. That seems like a
So are you
terrible world
saying-
to live in.
Are you saying that pain causes us to pull our hand away?
Well, the epiphenomenalist would disagree with that. I'm a bit agnostic on which theory of dualism is there, but under
Well, let's just get
epiphenomenalism,
clear on this. Do you believe that pain causes you to pull your hand away from the hot stove?
I'm personally agnostic, but the epiphenomenalist says no.
You don't know whether or not pain causes you to pull your hand away from the hot stove? You don't know?
Yeah, what do you think the theory of epiphenomenalism is trying
Yeah,
to say?
epiphenomenalism is the view that there's these or that all the mental stuff is like a result of the brain states, but it's in a way where it has no causal power.
Yeah, exactly. So if there's no causal power, then obviously they wouldn't be
Yes.
causing you to do something.
Well, then that's just obviously false. I don't know. I take it as being like pretty obvious that pain causes you to pull your hand away from the hot stove. You can disagree with
Wait,
that,
you
but then we
realize-
can just
wait,
appeal to
but
the
the-
audience for that, right? Like, I guess like if you think when you touch a hot stove, the pain causes you to pull your hand away, then you can discount this theory.
Wait, okay. One, I'm kind of skeptical of that move because P zombies would obviously not have the experience and still pull their hand away, right? So
I don't
that
grant
seems
that
to
P
be
zombies are possible.
okay, but the dualist would, right? So
Okay.
that
You're
seems
trying
to
to
be
put
the first
forward an
issue.
argument for
But
your
look,
view on fill
okay,
of mind.
Look. I'll just go ahead and adopt a non-epiphenomenal theory if that's going to be an issue.
Okay.
But broadly speaking, we still haven't construed, the argument that I provided for dualism.
Sure, which is just that it helps account for like personal identity.
In my opinion, it's the only account of personal identity
And how
is
does it do
valid.
that?
It doesn't lead, some sort of soul theory or something. Okay, I hate to say this, but it's just impossibility of the contrary.
Okay, what's the argument that the contrary is impossible?
Well, okay, I'll say implausibility of the contrary. I was trying to be cheeky.
Okay. So you're just saying like you've never heard like another view. Well, first of all, I mean, why couldn't you could take it that there's some like intrinsic like nature to things if you want to posit like spooky entities, some non-mental like intrinsic nature of a thing that grants you your identity if you want to do like a really cheap move.
Yeah, but
But
why would you ever favor this over a dualistic hypothesis? Because it explains that and more.
Sure, I'll give you an example. Would you say that pain is experienced on the planet Earth?
Yeah, pain's experienced by agents, sure.
Well, but the experience of pain is happening on the planet Earth when you like touch the hot stove.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Sure,
sure.
so then pain is spatiotemporally located.
Uh, sure. I'm a little bit more questioning of that because when you're saying pain is experienced, that just means that the phenomenal state of pain is, like I don't know what it would mean for something immaterial to be spatially temporally located. Like individuals on planet Earth talk about the number two, but that doesn't mean that two is like spatio-temporally located.
But specifically like the experience of feeling pain or like knowing a thing, or I mean here's a good example, like let's say you're in a rocket ship traveling at close to the speed of light and you're solving math problems. Meanwhile, your twin who solves the exact same number of math problems in the exact same amount of time is on Earth doing the exact same thing. For you only 5 minutes would pass because you're traveling close to the speed of light, whereas on Earth your twin, they'd have like a full hour pass. So clearly like your experiences were determined by the laws of physics there. That means that these mental states must be physical states. Otherwise, how would you
What?
explain the interactions between the laws of
Wait,
physics
wait, wait,
and these
wait.
mental states?
Wait, you realize that the dualist doesn't have to disagree with the physicalist, that physical facts can cause mental facts. Or physical facts, are like interdependent with mental facts or something of that nature.
But then how would you account? I guess maybe you could just answer the question, like how would you account for the fact that there's like a certain level of experience that's had based on certain physical facts or like laws of physics?
Wait, I explained this with the psychophysical laws, which are
Oh,
presumably
sure,
laws
of
of
course,
physics.
yeah, of course, like the psychophysical laws that we have no knowledge of and can't study.
Wait, you realize that, okay, let's say that, Dr. Blitz time traveled back to the 1400s, he would be met with the same sort of scorn by, individuals in the 1400s when he talks about, things along the lines of electromagnetic flux and, things of
Yeah,
that
but
nature.
look, then I could go and I could explain to them how to actually like do these kinds of measurements. It sounds like what you're appealing to is like some sort of like, oh, well, we don't know how to study these things now, but we might be able to in the future. Why can't we just say that, oh, well, we don't know how to account for identity now, but using some sort of physicalism, but we might be able to in the future.
Well, because I feel like physicalism has this sort of, hard limit where, no matter, well, one, it's going to be more exhaustive. Like the different arguments that have been given and things of that nature are more exhaustive in that sense. But also, personal identity isn't something that you can study. Like in the same way
What?
that the psychophysical laws or something. Okay, how do I put this? I don't really know if there's some sort of repeatable trial that you could do for personal identity that would then prove personal identity is true. I think it's just based off of certain intuitions and things of that nature that we have. But you can definitely do that for psychophysical laws, right? Like, actually, you if you make a P zombie, that seems to be like doing something. I don't like you get what I mean, right?
But my,
Not
my point is
you
you're
go
kind
for
of
it.
appealing to like this idea of, well, you know, we were able to study these physical laws in the past, therefore it's plausible that we can study that like there is something
Yeah.
to be studied about the psychophysical laws, and it's just not clear to me that that's like these are a different category of thing, right? Like these are not the same thing as physical laws. This is a different category. So it just
Yeah, in
seems
the
like
sense
that
that
I could
they're
just appeal to a
non-physical.
different category of the kind of study that you could do for identity, or maybe we posit like Ian said some intrinsic material property that grants identity or something like that, and that's something that could in
Yeah, sure,
principle be
that's
studied or
fine.
something.
Wait, but okay, the whole point of me raising the, we didn't know about electromagnetic flux or whatever, is because the argument that was given was if we can't study these laws, then it shows that these things aren't actually real. And I was just pushing back on that sort of inference. The inference that, oh, we can't study X, therefore X isn't real, because obviously that doesn't hold. Now, I'm not saying that because we can study them in the future or like something of that nature. Like, I'm not making some sort of positive assertion that that counts in favor of dualism. In fact, I'd be willing to grant that the fact that we haven't been able to study them now is probably some sort of evidence against dualism. Or that's commonly some sort of argument that's given. But I'm just saying that I'm just rejecting this sort of principle that was being put forth because it seems obviously false.
Well, that's not really my principle. My principle isn't that if something can't be studied, then it's false. Obviously, like that would be self-defeating. My contention is that it seems like the amount of evidence that it can grant is limited if it's just like a brute posit.
Yeah, sure. The amount of evidence that, you know, immaterial facts can grant is limited, but that doesn't detract from the fact that, you know, it's definitely a plausible contention on the table, and it's, you know, the sort of fill of mind that I'm assuming here when I'm running this argument. And seemingly, then we would get into why we would favor this over the physicalist hypothesis, which I can give a plethora of different cases.
Sure. Well, maybe I can. Maybe I'll double down on the argument from earlier, and I'll say that things like, you know, I believe that 2 + 2 is 4 on the planet Earth. Therefore, beliefs are spatiotemporally located. Would you take any contention with that?
Well, okay, I take beliefs to okay. That just sounds really wacky to me.
Which part of
But
that?
also, like saying beliefs are spatiotemporally located. Like, I just take beliefs to be a mental state in which you know take a proposition to be true.
Yeah. Would you disagree that beliefs that 2 + 2 = 4, like there's like some people on the planet Earth that believe that 2 + 2 is 4 on the planet Earth?
Wait, obviously I grant that, but you realize that's a different question than asking me if beliefs are spatiotemporally located.
But that
Because
implies
then,
that beliefs
wait,
are spatiotemporally
wait,
located, because when you ask,
no,
well,
because
where are
that begs
these
the
people?
question
Where
against the
is the
dualist
belief being
hypothesis.
had? Well, it's being had on the planet Earth. You know, the experience of pain is had on the
That's the
planet
issue,
Earth.
right? Couldn't the dualist just say the experience of pain is actually being had by this immaterial soul that's like floating around?
That would just commit you to the extremely implausible view, which is that nothing has ever experienced pain on the planet Earth.
Well, when you say nothing has ever experienced, yeah, I think we've experienced, but when I talk about we, I'm just talking about some immaterial floating substance. We seem to be
Specifically,
equivocating on semantics, right?
well, but then that's you saying that the immaterial substance has experienced this at a place where it is not.
What?
So that just seems to be a falsehood, saying like, well, it
I don't
experienced it not on the planet Earth.
look. Okay, this line of questioning, maybe I'm missing something, but like this just seems to be actual gibberish or blatant question begging. And I
It's
look,
a
if
very
you want to go for
straightforward
a different,
argument.
wait, okay, you understand asking people, look, okay, there's basically two horns, right? The first horn is just, I just deny all of this stuff and just say it's all being had by this immaterial substance or happening, you know, elsewhere. In which case, you could say something like, oh, this is like crazy or something like that, but that's just begging the question
Well,
against dualism.
so then
And
what I'd
then
point
the
out, I
second
mean,
case,
I like super don't think so. And at that point, I'd say, you know, hey, if you're in the audience, if you think that pain has been experienced on the planet Earth, well, then we can just call the debate there.
wait, look, okay, no offense, but I don't think most people in the argument have even read the paper by Cutter and Crummett that I'm talking about. So
Okay.
what sort of, you know, are you really going to rely on their sort of intuition regarding these cases? And
Well,
most
just
people
that
would be
in
physicalists,
terms
so
of
it
like
seems that.
deciding like, you know, should I reevaluate my beliefs on this? I mean, like I'm totally fine to just move past this, but I mean, fundamentally, I just don't see how this could possibly be persuasive. Like you
Wait,
would just need
okay, look, we can just,
hold,
we
in order
can,
for your argument to even get off the ground, you would need to deny that pain has ever been experienced on the planet Earth.
wait, that's not true because we're equivocating on what it means for pain to be experienced on planet Earth there. But the second part
Nope.
is, look, I'm happy to just grant you, yeah, obviously you don't think so. Look, I'm happy to just go ahead and grant you all of this stuff and then just push back because you said it's conceivable that it could have been otherwise, and then just go back to your evolutionary point because this sort of conversation, it doesn't seem as yielded much sort of discussion in the actual point, the actual realm of psychophysical harmony. So if you want to go back to that sort of evolutionary contention, I'm happy to do so, because it seems that the fill of mind has just proved very unfruitful.
That's fine, I guess. But how does psychophysical harmony work under like physicalism?
Yeah, because you just said it could have been otherwise, right? You can conceive of it being
Ooh,
otherwise.
that doesn't follow. I don't grant that conceivability leads to possibility. At least
Wait, you
under like a
think
framework other than like epistemic. I don't think epistemic possibility implies logical possibility or metaphysical possibility.
Wait, so okay, you just don't think that you don't think that the sort of psychophysical laws could have been different, even under
I
physicalism?
don't take a stance on that.
Wait, that's very important.
I mean,
because
so
if
something
they,
that can, so something that should probably be brought up, is suppose for a moment that suppose that we grant physicalism and we grant some sort of evolutionary process for, how these, how I don't want to call them psychophysical laws, but we'll call them psychophysical laws, would have developed in, in the minds of the beings that evolve, right? If you take the physical view, then those relationships between the physical exterior and then what the minds perceive is just something that would be evolved. And so in that case, one would just kind of fully expect that if you have some organism that evolves to go towards, because it's pleasurable to go towards the fire, you would just kind of expect them to die out, right?
yeah, but okay, so when we do evolutionary biology, we aren't aimed at solving psychophysical harmony. Evolution presupposes psychophysical harmony because, okay, seemingly the stuff that dies out is the stuff that runs into the fire and the stuff that drowns, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Now the question that psychophysical harmony is trying to pose is, why is that behavior of running into a fire correlated with an intrinsically bad experience of pain? And why is eating some nice berries correlated with the intrinsically good experience of pleasure?
Maybe I'm just not understanding, but suppose that there was an intrinsically wait, are you distinguishing between? Are you saying that you could have that pleasure could be intrinsically bad?
Mapped onto. No. Obviously, pleasure could.
Okay, so then
I'm just saying when you eat the berries,
obvious.
You could.
Maybe I'm just missing something obvious, but it just seems straightforward that if there's something pleasurable, then the organism is going to go try to do that more, right? That doesn't seem like it's assuming psychophysical laws. It just seems like that's just what you would expect evolutionarily, right?
It seems.
And so
yes.
If
it seems.
No.
That's the assumption. That's the assumption. The assumption is that pain has this intrinsic sort of avoidance property where
isn't that
the
just
reason
what
why
we define pain to be?
That's where we have a disconnect.
Isn't pain just something displeasurable that you seek to avoid?
No, that's the part that I would push back on. So there's sort of two different.
So what do you mean by pain?
Ways. By pain, it's just some sort of phenomenal state. I don't really know how to reduce it. It's just a phenomenal
mental state, or
yeah, that's what I mean by phenomenal state.
Okay, so it's
look.
So in your view, pain is not something that it requires psychophysical laws in order for pain to be associated with displeasure.
No, okay. It's intrinsically bad, but I don't think the reason why it's intrinsically bad is because of some sort of maybe this will clear it up. There's two sort of.
Am I?
Yeah, he's sounding robot-y.
Rancho, you're roboting a bit.
Oh wait, my bad. Is my voice bad? Wait, what?
Yeah, you're roboting.
Wait. Is my mic really bad or? Hello?
It's connection issue.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Maybe should I change out my headphones? Maybe that might help.
I think it's a connection issue. I don't think because your mic was totally fine before.
Okay.
I think it might be. I saw
stream.
Just for a brief moment, I saw Ian's connection go down to red and yellow bars. For what it's worth, I didn't hear any roboting.
Oh, interesting.
Is it better now?
Ian and I heard it. It is.
Yeah.
It might have just been Video Ninja momentarily slowing down.
Okay. Anyway, Okay, so there's two sort of there's two sort of ways that this could be, right? It could be the case that, the reason why pain is intrinsically bad is because we have this sort of mental state of felt displeasureness, like we feel some displeasure when we experience pain or something like that. And then the other way is the reason why pain is bad is because we like have some avoidance. It's like correlated with the avoidance behavior. Like the reason why pain is intrinsically bad is because we shy away from pain, or because we sort of pull back from pain when we experience it, or whatever causes pain, we sort of shirk away from.
Maybe,
or there's
maybe
some
I'm
sort of
just
physical reaction to it.
I could just be confused, but like we say pain is intrinsically bad. I kind of take maybe the issue that I have trouble with is just I just don't, maybe I don't agree with you on what we mean by intrinsic, because like the way I see pain is like pain is that which we seek to avoid because it's displeasurable. Like that's just what pain is.
Okay. Yeah, so the issue here
like
is
it's that
you're
state.
saying, well, pain gives rise to this sort of felt displeasureness about it. And then
Well,
that's
no,
why we don't like
I'm
pain.
not saying pain gives rise to it. I think that they're identical.
You think pain is just the felt displeasure state?
Essentially.
Wait, I don't think
Like
that's true.
I imagine that there are like
feel
different kinds of displeasure that you can feel. Like right, like you can be like disappointed, and that's a different kind. But like pain is a specific kind of like felt displeasure.
Yeah. I agree, because whenever we experience pain, we have this felt displeasure state towards pain. That seems to be fine. Like the same
But
way that
so
every single time I eat, a burnt piece of food, I have a sort of felt displeasure state towards it, right?
right,
But I
right.
don't think
But
the
pain,
phenomenal
but
state of
eating the
food
food, eating the food isn't a phenomenal state, right? Eating the food is like just some
like your
physical
experience.
process.
Wait, your experience of like tasting the food is phenomenal, though.
So taste, so having a bad taste, I would just understand as being a kind of displeasure.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Okay. That's essentially what I'm saying. I'm just saying, look, there's certain things that we find we have a mental state which is
And
displeasure.
displeasurable things are
Displeasure
just
towards.
by definition the things that we seek to avoid.
Yeah, I agree.
So then there's nothing to explain why you would seek to avoid pain or why you would seek to avoid bad
Well,
tastes.
there is, because that's just pushing the bump in the rug. Because instead of why is there some sort of harmonious relationship between pain and the sort of physical fact, it would just say, why is there this sort of why do we feel this felt displeasure state about pain? It could have been otherwise. We could have had this felt displeasure state about pleasure.
Oh, yeah. So no, but that's my contention. My contention is just that like it seems like we're asking for a distinction, or we're asking why two identical things are the same, when I just understand
they're
them as
not.
being
They're clearly
identical.
not identical. Because look at masochists.
A specific
Masochists
kind
love
of
pain, right?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that they love pain, right? I would say that they love certain kinds of experiences, like they love like having their nips twisted or whatever, and that actually gives them pleasure, not pain.
Wait, okay. I think then we're talking past each other on what pain is, because wait, you don't think but you think physical states are correlated to mental states. So if I just kick someone in the leg, right, they're gonna feel pain, and their attitude towards it might differ, right? If you kick me in the leg, I'm gonna be like, "Oh, dude, what the heck," and I'm gonna feel that's gonna be displeasurable to me. But if you kick a masochist in the leg, they would still, okay, my understanding is they still feel the pain because their neurons fire in the same sort of way or whatever. But the difference is that they feel an attitude of pleasure towards it.
I don't understand pain to just be certain neurons fire in a certain neurons in your extremities firing, right?
Well, yeah, obviously it's some sort of supervenience between that and some sort of phenomenal state.
I
whatever.
take pain to be a thing that happens in the brain, right? Whether or not, if you burn your hand, I take the pain to be the thing that happens in the brain there, right? Not the thing that's happening in your head.
Obviously, because you can conceive of ghosts or whatever. Yeah, sure.
So maybe we are just talking past each other on what we mean by pain.
Well,
but
look. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Oh, okay. I'm just saying, look, it seems entirely conceivable to me that there's like, I mean, masochists and sadists and things of that nature, they still have the phenomenal experience of pain, because also there is an amount of pain that's too much, right? They don't feel pleasurable anymore. Like, let's say they can tolerate 10 units of pain, and then at the 15th unit of pain, they're like, ow, that hurts, stop doing that, right? It seems that my explanation there for what's happening is there's a
I
certain
don't know if
amount,
that's a thing
basically.
that's the case. I don't know if that's like the kind of thing that's going on for masochists.
So my understanding is that there's like two different sorts of like pain neural networks, where like one of like the pain pathways is like a suffering pathway, and the other one is like the sort of pathway that might light up when you're like in the gym. It's like a dopamine pain pathway. And that for masochists, the like dopamine pain pathway is the one that lights up, not the suffering one.
Yeah, but that's doing with your attitude towards the pain, right? That's not doing with the actual pain itself. Like,
Well,
I think, okay,
I
how
don't
do
know about
I?
that, because I'd presume I think it's hard to separate your attitude from the pathway that lights up. I'm not sure if the
Well,
attitude is
I
something
mean, okay.
distinct from that.
I mean, just the standard definition of a masochist is someone who enjoys pain, right?
Yeah.
So, under your view, that's seemingly just a contradiction, which that
Well,
obviously doesn't seem to be a contradiction to me.
If we take pain to be intrinsically bad, then masochists, the definition that you've also offered for a masochist, is also a contradiction. It's just a walking,
Wait,
right?
how?
Enjoying something that's intrinsically bad.
I can enjoy things that are intrinsically bad all the
Finding
time.
something good that is intrinsically bad. Like, that seems...
Or I guess
Or it
you
has like an
would
intrinsic
you
sort of like, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Rancho, would you commit? You might just bite the bullet on this, but would you commit yourself to saying that like all masochists are acting in like unfitting ways?
It kind of depends on what you mean by unfitting. Probably not.
I think I take fitting to be like a bit of a brute property, but just the idea that there's like fitting ways to react to like specific, it's like a
I mean, I
sort
think
of like
it's
normativity.
wait. I think it's, yeah. I mean, it is kind of weird. Like the same way that if someone like gets pleasure from like torturing like a cat, that seems to be like an unfitting way to react. Or if someone like watches, like people getting like brutally beaten up and they feel some sort of pleasure towards it, I feel like that's not normal. But I don't know if there's some sort of normative weight behind it. Like I don't know if they're doing a bad thing, for instance.
So
yeah, so go for it, Blitz.
I mean, we do have to cut this short, but so maybe I'll
Yeah,
just
you're
cut
good,
to
you're
my
good.
initial confusion. My initial confusion is just like, look, the way I understand it is things will go towards the things they like and things will not go towards the things they don't like. And so disregarding the talk of pain, disregarding the talk of suffering or whatever, if you have things going towards dangerous things that will inevitably end in them being damaged or killed or whatever, like bacteria going towards acid or something like this, then the bacteria will just die out. So like, it seems like if we kind of go past all of this notion of pain and suffering, these kind of like these words that are seemingly hard to define, it just seems trivially true that like we're gonna go towards we're gonna seek out berries because they taste good, and we're going to avoid fire because it hurts. Like that just seems trivially true. If you grant some sort of evolutionary process anyway.
Yeah, this might be missing like the point
Yeah.
entirely, but it definitely seems like you could say that, well, the things that didn't have this sort of reaction, those things got weeded out by natural selection.
Okay, good. So I guess I'll give a quick closing and then take me.
Sure, go for it.
Thank you. Thank you to my interlocutors for such a good faith conversation. Thank you for everyone gifting me.
Clearly, your interlocutors
And
have
thank
been
you to-
destroyed.
Yeah. Evidently, my interlocutors, these low-tier scumbags, have been intellectually brutalized by me. Thank you to all the friendly faces that showed up here today. Now, just like some brief substantive points to leave off on, and maybe we can resume this another day, is it seems that evolution does, in fact, say that that's why we evolved in a certain way. But the question is just why evolution chose for these sorts of facts, why evolution chose for pain to be the intrinsically, or like pain to be the sort of avoidance thing and pleasure to be the sort of go towards it thing. But I'll leave it off at that. Maybe if you have some time, maybe read Cutter and Crummett's paper. I think that was really informative. He also has an interview on Majesty of Reason with Joe Schmidt. But yeah, and thank you guys. It was a pretty good discussion, and have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
That was a good faith linear debate.
It was, yeah. That dude is like clearly read like a lot of things.
Or at least one thing, which is that one psychophysical harmony paper.
True. Yeah, as opposed to like a lot of the people who come from Discord and have read like literally nothing, but then like just like confusedly and bad faithedly like stumble around.
That's about right. Well, friends, I think that the last guest we have time for, we're gonna go ahead and read what's left of our super chats. But I'm sure there'll be some more action today. I'll be on later tonight on the After Dark show on the line. Are either you two going live today?
No.
Not on Sunday.
No,
All
I'm
right.
forcing my girlfriend to watch the rest of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms because I'm evil.
What's that?
It's the new Game of Thrones
Game of Thrones
show.
thing. No spoilers.
Oh, sorry. I don't know anything about that kind of stuff.
Of course
Although
not, because
there
you
is
don't know
Come
like
to
anything
expect
about
this, right?
pop culture.
there's apparently a huge spoiler just on like the opening paragraph of the Wikipedia page, but
Noted.
yeah.
Oh, damn. All right, then. Hey, House 70.
Super chats.
Yeah, thank you so much, House. Says, I have a pretzel, and its name is Law. He definitely started doing some pretzeling towards the end there. It's weird to me that people will, like, point towards a book, but then also tell us that the book isn't completely true, or just doesn't make any sense. Serial Dude, thank you for the super chat. Says, Ian, we're not doctors. Dr. Blitz? Oh, fuck. I didn't catch that in a moment.
No, I mean,
Neither did
for
I.
Dr. Blitz, Doctor is just his first name.
It's true.
That's on his birth certificate, Dr. Blitz.
Yep.
Art Dark, thank you for the super chat. Says, God is the biggest lie human minds created, period. I mean, that's my take on it. In the beginning, man created God in man's image, and that's why the God is so undesirable, petty, and barbarian. Brenda, thank you for the super chat. Says, all praise the eternal Buick. Hell yeah. I'd take a Buick for sure. They last a long time. They might be infinite vehicles even if you get the right model. Dr. Fudge says, should have called up the guy whacking it instead. Prefer that to the intellectual equivalent on display here. To be fair, if it wasn't entirely inappropriate to bring up that guest, it would have been fun to mock him publicly, but there was a couple reasons why we couldn't do it, so we didn't. But yeah, it was a pretty wild time. House 70 says, God is not a rock. Don't smite them, Doug. I know. When they say things like that, I get a little worked up. It's okay. Doug is still on the show.
Ian said that.
He should know better. His God literally is salt rocks.
Yeah, I'm gonna get fucking excommunicated
from its own religion. Oh no. Gabe, thank you for the super chat. Says, protect caller from a few good men because they can't handle the truth. Oh fuck. Rue. I mean God. Liquid, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says, I swear to tell the God, the whole God, and nothing but the God, so help me truth. Words just they don't have meaning to believers. Words have no meaning. They mean what they need it to. Karen, thanks for the $5 super chat. Says the Council of Daves has met, and we hereby disavow that Dave. Yeah, Dave Smith wasn't doing a whole lot,
folks.
If I was a Dave, I'd be trying to get the excommunication papers ready. Perfect says, how much to kick this dunce? He is one under my definition, by the way. And we don't have like a pay to kick feature here. We have seen it on other live streams, but I don't think we're going to be doing that here because we do want to give the opposition time to really flesh out their entire argument.
Yeah. Also, I feel like, okay, I don't know if this is just me, but I feel like if I implemented a pay to kick system, there would be like a lot of moments where I want to keep on talking to this person, but then, or especially if they're like good content because they're like a scumbag, and then somebody pays to kick them, and it's like, well, what the fuck? I'm not kicking this person. I don't know, man. I feel that's personally the reason why I don't do
years
a pay to
ago.
kick.
Years ago, I implemented some sort of it was like a democratic pay to kick. So like if I got 20 donations of $1, then like that counts, and then it gets put to a vote. But even then, still, like, you know, the people that others want gone, that the audience wants gone, are precisely the people that we want to keep because they are good content.
True.
Right. It's true.
But I mean, in the case of that guy, that would have been like a fair pay to kick, probably.
Yeah.
I get it. I stopped doing it as well because I kept losing guests that I actually wanted to keep. So it was just one of those things. Dr. Fudge, thanks for the $2 super chat. Says definitions are collectively derived. Good grief. That seems to be the case, which is why you can just redefine them and just hope that the collective agrees with you. In that guest case, the collective did not. Adipus, I can't say that one. Thank you for the super chat. Says, did truth used to fart something when truth was made flesh? I don't know.
Truth is the God, the way, the light?
Maybe.
God is the way, the God, and the light.
Oh, are you asking because people in the flesh fart? So does truth fart?
Yes.
Is that what's happening? Yeah. We would have to assume so. You know, that's my take on it. Kelly, friend, great to see you today. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says we used to call our cult the Truth. Actually, it wasn't just your cult; it's all these Christian cults. No wonder the brainwashing. How can you question the truth when a religion is labeled the truth? Yeah, and you know, I've seen T-shirts. Like I had a friend who had the T-shirt that said, "God is truth, whether you like it or not." I'm like, well, that's kind of a fucking bold claim. You probably have to, like, you know, talk about. You don't just get to assert it. But Christians think that if you assert it enough, it becomes true, and that's just not how that works. Germ Sorolini, thank you for the super chat. Says, as a combat veteran, I vote this guy shuts the F up about PTSD because he doesn't know of what it is. Well, that might be the case.
That's just an appeal to authority.
And appeals to authority are actually mostly wrong, turns out.
Yeah. I think most people use it wrong, too, like in these debates.
True.
I'm the Big Cheese. Good to see you, friend. Says, Dave has sucked all the theology out of faith because he is ashamed to be linked to superstitious woo-woo. Ironically, he came with more woo. I mean, they don't have much, right? If they can't point to a holy book, they typically point to woo. I haven't seen anything else besides that. Is there something other than holy books and woos? Oh, well, quantum entanglement. That's what we need. Entanglement theology. Relax with Russell ASMR. Thanks for the super chat, friend. Says a lot of people do believe God is a person in the sky, though. I mean, yeah, that's why. Like all the
I
ancients.
actually don't know a single person who does.
Yeah, I think that's probably like the uncharitable way of describing like the view.
Yeah,
like
so,
maybe 2,000 years ago people did, but I don't know a single person does today.
Well, today, no, with our understanding of outer space. But I would say even just 200 years ago, a lot of people understood.
Yeah, maybe
God to be in the clouds. But you're right. In today's world, like if you ask a Christian, they're not going to say that he lives in the sky. But in the ancient world, they all did. In fact, even Anu, the god in Mesopotamia, the high deity, like the translation of his name literally just like means sky. Like he's a sky daddy.
Yep.
I mean, they all were. The Greek gods lived in the clouds.
On Mount Olympus.
Yep.
On a specific mountain that is not particularly hard to climb, by the way. So, like, I don't understand that, but.
Well, you know, climbing technology was still in its infancy, maybe. Oh, well, I bet the goats could get up there. Anyways, Russell, thank you for the super chat. It says, the Bible describes God as a person in the sky. Jesus literally comes on the clouds. Yes.
Sorry, I just have to back up. Mount Olympus is a hiking mountain. It is not a climbing mountain. You can walk up Mount Olympus. Yeah, it's not a hard mountain to climb.
You can just walk up it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Holy
it's not an easy hike, but, like, you bring some water with you and you'll probably get up in, like, a few days.
That's wild. Well, I know where I'm going to hike one day. I'm going to climb the Mount Olympus, be among the gods. Damn. Actually, people in the ancient world did try to do that, by the way. There are actually stories of people trying to reach the gods by going. That's a whole nother story. Wizard, thank you for the super chat. It says, this stream has become my Sunday church. Hell yeah, Wizard. We'd like to hear it. I think it's a really good replacement for going to a church and paying some guy 10% of your gross income to touch little kids. My Abby Komorvisika, thank you for the super chat, says, are guests playing Let's out batshit each other? I mean, that is the thing that happens here. That last guest, I think, was the first serious guest we had today that was like actually trying to use his brain.
Yeah.
For sure. Also, Russell, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, Dr. Blitz, could you have a change in a timeless state as a spatial change or a dimensional change of some sort, like some arbitrary force, another dimension just appears as a new part of space?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can have, like this is super easy to describe mathematically. You can have a completely timeless, purely spatial thing, like space, if you will, that is different in different places. It's just the way that we use the word change typically implies a temporal change. And so you would just maybe call it a spatial difference, but yeah. So yes, you can have spatial differences. The question is whether or not you would call that a change. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. And Orion says, this guy has successfully created BSMR. What's that? I know ASMR.
I actually don't know what ASMR stands for.
Yeah, hold on.
Maybe it's just supposed to be the opposite, because ASMR means autonomous, not to be that guy, but the opposite of autonomous, I believe, is just heteronymous.
Huh. I don't know. I got questions.
So technically, it would be HSMR. I'm sorry. I'm somebody. Maybe. Never mind.
Nailed it. Dre, thanks so much for the super chat, friend. It says, you must play the banjo troll a tiny bit longer or it's completely unsatisfying. SLS.
Yep.
That's what the new hashtag looks like in practice. Love it. SLS. I do appreciate this. I think it's going to catch on. I definitely get Salt, Lamp, and what was the other one? Stone. There we go. Stone, Lamp, and Salt. That's the pantheon so far. And Ekipo, thank you for the super chat, says the drop button is slippery today, huh? Yeah, you know what? There's one person where, you know what? I just went to move my mouse and it accidentally clicked when I moved it, and my cursor just happened to be right over the drop.
Oh no.
Tragic. You know, I feel really bad about it. Mike KB, thank you for another super chat. It says hard limit. This guest is about at his limit. Yeah, I think he might have been, but you know what? He was at least kind though. And sometimes some guests are.
It was a good conversation.
Yeah, sometimes they're reaching. You know, they're pretzeling a little bit, but at least I think he was doing his best to be good faith. Adwayne says, I stubbed my toe. Ethereal toe is pissed. I get that.
Yeah.
They're probably
the dualistic toe.
Indeed. And the follow-up, pain is a stimuli for growth in a lot of instances. Interesting. Well, we don't have scientific snitch up here to weigh in on that, but I could conceive of how that might be a thing. Also, didn't scientific snitch finally make an appearance somewhere on the line?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited. Yes, that's exciting. I'd love to see more people in our TikTok community start to get some exposure on YouTube. Nitty, hey, thanks so much for the super chat. It says, is pain with a woman giving birth intrinsically bad? That's a fair question.
That
yes,
probably
and it's Eve's fault.
Probably needs clarification. When that guy's talking about like intrinsic badness, what he's saying is that there's like in like the quality of it and like the sensation of it, there's like an in pain, something that makes you like want to go away from it. It's kind of hard to put into words, but yeah, that's what he means. Not that there's like a moral badness in it necessarily.
You know, we talk a lot about like the problem of evil. I think pain, like the way childbirth works, is such a huge indicator that the problem is evil is either Primeval disproves God or God's a horrible monster, to make it so that giving birth just inevitably results in women dying, babies dying, the most excruciating pain, lifelong illnesses, chronic illnesses.
Because this is like a uniquely human thing too, right? Like
Yeah.
animals don't have this, as at least as far as we can tell, or at least not to the same extent.
Right.
It's because we got them big brains.
My understanding was the way our hips changed when we became upright made it more difficult to give
And the
birth.
fact that we have big brains made it
And
more
the
difficult
heads.
for our heads to pass through.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if much we could do about that, but thank goodness for modern medicine. Mr. Key says, I'll join the live and y'all can vote to kick me. Well, I mean, I don't think you're opposition though, friend. But if we do a three-person vote, we probably get there. Reverend Nate, hey, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, last night we learned that when Justin says words mean words, it actually an appeal to the masses fallacy today was somehow even dumber.
That's funny.
It's pretty wild. Yeah. Words have meanings. We get to define what they are. It's not an appeal to the masses. It's an appeal to how languages tend to work. Good to see you, Reverend Nate. Booga, hey, good to see you too. Says, did God give women cooties before or after the fall? Oh, fuck. This is a hard-hitting
It was
question.
after the fall, obviously.
Had to be after the fall. Yeah. We're in agreement on this particular one. And Reverend Nate says, less woo-woo, more Wu-Tang. Okay. All right. We'll do a little bit of Wu-Tang Clan for millennials and Gen Xers that know the reference. And Brian, hey, thanks for the super chat, friend, says, just put a $1 to kick sticker on the screen, or $sign to kick sticker on the screen when a guest starts to veer towards ridiculousness. Increase the suspense. Oh, interesting. I don't know. If it was one of those
Yeah.
situations where we got a lot more guests, like we got a lot of guests that aren't going to get in today because they waited like 2 hours to request up and now we're not going to be able to get to them. But like typically at the beginning of the stream, like the first half of our streams, it's actually a little bit difficult to get the guest boxes completely populated. So you can't go around willy-nilly kicking guests out because then you run out of people to talk to. It's just one of those weird balancing acts.
That's true too, right? Like, I bet there's like a lot of days where we had like nobody, or there's like long like droughts in the number of people that we have to talk to. If on those days we put up like a pay to kick sticker, like we just would have got like our only guest would have gotten kicked and we'd be fucked.
Right. Yeah. We're definitely entering a situation where a lot more people are engaging in these debates, and so the amount of interlocutors are starting to get spread out. So I think the days of having 30
Justin,
people in
stop.
the guest box. Sorry,
Justin, stop trying to make our community bigger.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's start spreading vile rumors about all of them.
Call the weak.
Herbie, thank you for the super chat. Princess Scientific Snitch is on the line Monday. Fuck yeah, that's exciting.
Exciting.
They got her pulled into Skep Talk. Okay. And last super chat from our friend Gretchen. Good to see you, Gretchen. Says, maybe birth pain is so we won't overpopulate, LOL. That's an interesting theory.
You'd think, except there are hormones that are released during pregnancy that make it so you don't remember the pain the next time around.
Oh.
That's
So
wild.
it doesn't stop. This is why you still have women who end up having like 12 children, right?
True. You forget. It's like the Men in Black.
Well, I mean, there's other reasons why that happens, but like, if you remembered how horrible it was, apparently, then I don't think people would do it more than once.
Yeah. Well, friends, that is our last super chat. Thank you so much for being here. We had a kind of a slow start, but we had some fun guests along the way. Really appreciate everyone who likes, shares, comments, and watches the stream. Really means a lot to us. I don't think anyone's going to be live later today except for myself. You're welcome to stop by on the line tonight after dark and check out Eric and myself after dark. It should be a good time. And maybe spend some time trolling your Christian family members so you can get them to call in, and we can have some lively discussions with them. It should be a whole lot of fun. And we'll see you again next week, friends.